Testing. Let's go. Thank you. Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. If I could have your attention, thank you very much. Normally at a Melbourne Mining Club event, I would ask you to take a seat. But guess what I'm going to do here in Riyadh? Ask you to take a seat. So, ladies and gentlemen, if we could have a seat. We do apologise for the delay, but it just makes it more fun, I think. Right, okay. My name's Gavin Collery. I have the honour of being the founder of the Melbourne Mining Club out of Australia. And you might have heard that there's a smaller event of this called IMARC in Australia. I happen to be the IMARC ambassador for that. So that's why I'm here today as your chair for this session, right through to the end of this session. First of all, I'd like to acknowledge our very generous sponsors who've been with us today. There are too many for me to mention, but throughout the afternoon, you'll see them displayed on our various signs, and we thank them very much. Also, as we know, safety is of paramount importance in the mining industry. So if for some reason that we're asked to leave the area, there will be the appropriate actions, and we'd move, as we do in the mining industry, in an orderly, safe manner. So that covers that area of it. I'd like to start now with our very first panel, and the subject here is a Saudi Arabia workshop on mining law, updates and challenges. Is the government an enabler or competitor? Our moderator for this session is Fatima Al-Shamari, and Fatima is a journalist and news anchor. Ladies and gentlemen, would you please welcome Fatima to the stage, and she will introduce her panelists. Thanks, Fatima.
Way to go.
All right, wonderful. Thank you, Gavin. Welcome, everybody. I'm Fatma
شكرا
Fahad, and it is a
لكم.
pleasure for me to be here
فإنني
today with
فاطمة
everyone.
فهد
And I would like to go ahead and call on our panelists for this session. Please, Mr. Ahmed Al-Bag'awi, Vice President of Studies at SIDF, join me. And Mr. Abdurrahman Al-Blushi, Assistant Deputy Minister of Mining Enabling at the Ministry of Industry and Mineral Resources. Mr. Peter Leon, please join us, partner at Africa Chair Herbert Smith Freehills, and Mr. Jeffrey Steiner, Chairman at Canada-Saudi Business Council. Welcome everyone with me. Welcome. Now I know you can do better than that for them. Let me hear it. Put your hands together. Thank you. Wonderful. Mr. Peter, perhaps I'll start with you. So this is a wonderful topic, mining law. I mean, without the mining law being flexible and being, an enabler, it's going to create a lot of obstacles for perhaps investments. So what is your most important take on mining law for the government to be an enabler and not, a competitor?
Obviously, thank you very much, and very, very good to be here. I should just say at the outset, we were very privileged in my firm to help the government with its new mining investment law and the implementation regulations which came into force last January. But the topic this afternoon is extremely important. Is the government a competitor with the mining industry given the influence of the Sovereign Wealth Fund, or is it an enabler for mining in Saudi Arabia? And my answer to that is, first of all, government is an enabler. And why do I say that? Because what Saudi has done with this mining investment law and the implementation regulations is really follow international best practice. The government talked to the World Bank, they talked to us, and what they put together is a world-class, in my view, mining regime for a number of reasons. One is the whole process has been completely depoliticized, so there's very little administrative discretion. The government has outsourced licensing to ESNAD, which is effectively an independent agency which acts as a sort of minerals commission. There are strict time limits for the making of licensing decisions. The criteria that the administrator has to follow has to be objective. The government has set up a world-class online open access mining cadastre, which is best in class. There is recourse to international arbitration, subject consent by the ministry. I think that does need to be fixed. The one comment I would make, and the panel, with some of us have talked about it, maybe there is a need for more of a one-stop shop, because although the ministry, advised by ESNAT, makes the licensing decisions, other ministries are also involved, like the Environmental and Water Affairs Ministry, and that can delay the process. But by and large, I mean, in Saudi Arabia, you'll now get an exploration license within 60 to 90 days and a mining license within 120 days, which is pretty remarkable by international standards. So I think, all kudos to the government for creating the right enabling environment for mining, talking to experts around the world, and talking to the minister last night. One of the things I picked up, the view is this isn't good enough, we need to go even further. So I think that's very encouraging.
Wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Peter. Mr. Al-Baghawi, perhaps I'll jump to you. Now, when we talk about the mining industry, we cannot skip ESG and the importance of it, because we are talking about renewable energy eventually. So in terms of the mining law, what can be done to further develop ESG in the industry?
Thank you, Fatma. That's a very good question. I think the best way to enhance anything is to find a very good example that you really find aspiring and build on top of it. And I'm very inspired, myself and all my colleagues at the Saudi Industrial Development Fund, on what has been done by the Ministry of Industry and Minerals. And they really did a fantastic leading by example by bringing everybody in collaboration. They brought the private sector, local stakeholders such as the Ministry of Ministry of Finance, the Ministry of Labor, the private sector, and internationally they brought the World Bank, they brought the ICMM and many others to come up with an amazing amendment of a mining policy that is really world-class. This focused on making ESG a minimum operating requirement, not just something like a point of differentiation. If we look at, for example, governance, now the foreign companies can own their investments 100%. If we look at the social aspect, they require that you have a plan for the community, for the social impact from day zero, not to wait until the late stages of the project. And I really loved how they really wanted to bank on technology. Banking on technology really helps in mining that you reduce the variability. And this is so important to make sure that you have high efficiency, high productivity, and safety is a high-class standard. No human errors, you focus on what really matters, and you make sure that no waste in cost and material. So in SIDF, how did we follow this fantastic example? To create an impact on top of what the ministry have done, we decided really to follow their path and amend our lending policy to make sure that we extend the lending up to 75% of any eligible mining project. We wanted to participate in the social impact by going further in taking on risks, by helping the junior explorer, and we started to look at projects that come after the delineation phase, which is after the pre-feasibility study and even before the bankable feasibility study, and made sure that we also help the ecosystem of mining, where we even fund services and companies that are in the ecosystem of mining, to make sure that the ecosystem developed in a healthy manner.
Thank you. And perhaps we'll touch on that a little bit later, Mr. Al-Baghawi. Mr. Jeffrey, let me ask you about the importance. Yes, please. Thank you. The importance of law. Now, we understood that, but policy is also important, as Mr. Peter had touched on. But how can we have them both intersect, so to speak, to have a hub in the mineral industry in the region, and specifically perhaps Saudi?
Well, thank you, Fatma. I appreciate the question, and very much there is the connection between the good foundation of law and these systems that put in place and special initiatives where I think the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is in a tremendous and maybe unique position to do more than the average jurisdiction to make things happen. And my remarks are really mostly focused on this exploration, this beginning. How do you attract foreign investors in exploration? How do you get the junior mining companies to take a look at these very early stage assets? That's the riskiest part. And so if you are going to have special initiatives, Fatma, or incentives, that's the stage that you should do. And I think if you look at the KSA and the many wonderful initiatives under the Vision 2030, there are places to borrow some other ideas. I'll just give you one example that could apply in the mining sector, the exploration sector. So when the country wanted to focus on venture capital and tech and create more venture capital firms in Saudi Arabia, the government of Saudi Arabia said, we'll match with 50%. You foreign venture capital company, come set up here in the kingdom, put a fund together, and we will match your fund. Now, wouldn't that be great if something like that could exist for funding exploration within the kingdom? That's just one example. A second, I'm in the film and television business, so I'll use an example from that, and it applies in the new KSA film and television, but these principles of incentives, Fatma, have been around for a long time in film and TV, and how it works is, if you spend a certain amount when you're filming in Toronto or Michigan or what have you, they have production credits. So the government will give you 20% of what's called below the line of what you spend. And using that example from the film and TV industry and applying it to those early stages would have a dramatic mobilization of capital. And so I think there are some examples that we can borrow from different countries. Of course, Canada, I'm the chair of the Canada-Saudi Business Council. We have many solutions, not all the answers, but if you scratch the arm heavily of any Canadian, what you will find is a core sample, because we have mining in our blood and our DNA.
Theory? Should we test it?
Well,
right
let's
now?
not test it, but just like in the Arab world, great hospitality is in the DNA. In Canada, the mining industry and the mining sector is in the DNA of all Canadians. So there's some things we can share, and it's really great to be here. I just want to again thank the ministry for the hospitality.
Wonderful.
And on
and
to our
great
next
having
colleague.
You all.
Thank you.
Jeffrey, you're talking about perhaps collaboration between the private sector and the government sector, and Mr. Abdurrahman, that gives me a question to you here about the importance of that collaboration. Now, the government being an enabler, what's the private sector's role now?
Thank you, Fatima. Back in 2015, when we were drafting the mining strategy, you look at the mining sector, it is not, it's very doable to put together a law and ask everyone to join and bring in their expertise and their brains and their investments. However, a major question was asked, should we do it by ourselves? Can we follow the oil and gas model and run exploration and mining? And we've tried to discover the answer for that question. It took a lot of analysis and a lot of punching, a lot of numbers, and at the end you reach a mathematical equation that no, we cannot deliver it as a single state-owned enterprise exploring. These are 50 commodities. The chances of finding, you need 5, 6 players to explore the same site until you might find a discovery. The amount of financing and environmental expertise that you require to develop that mine is not easy at all. And it will differ from one commodity to another, but from a mine to another mine right next to it. So the expertise and the requirement, we understood quite quickly that we have to attract the private sector. And when it came to the private sector issuing the law, as Peter mentioned, we checked with all parties, whether it's international organizations such as the World Bank and the ICMM, but also through the different embassies. We reached out to all the major players around the world. But most importantly today is that when we look at our exploration policies, we know that we need to check with the junior explorers. These are the greenfield explorers that will support investments and will support discoveries going forward. Checking with the major companies is helpful, but for the major development. Our target segment today is the junior explorers. And yes, we are exploring, putting incentives in place to support and match that drilling activities, the lab testing activities, and we want it to be in kind. We wanted to not only support discoveries, but also support our services industry and build a more sustainable services industry here in Saudi.
Wonderful, thank you for that take. And I do agree with you, Mr. Abdurrahman, about the importance of the juniors in this industry and perhaps even women's role in this industry. Perhaps we'll see more and more of them contributing. Mr. Peter, let me get back to you. Now, you did emphasize about how the government in Saudi Arabia is indeed an enabler with a few perhaps obstacles. But let me ask you, what do you think could happen to give progress in this, the law of mining in Saudi Arabia, and have it, move forward and be even more smoother?
Well, there are a couple of points. One is the suggestion I made about creating a one-stop shop for licensing so that the process is fully joined up, which doesn't exist at the moment. The second comment I would make is the recourse to international arbitration should be automatic, it should not be discretionary. But let me make a slightly different point, because the other question we have this afternoon is whether or not the government is a competitor as opposed to an enabler. And obviously the issue there is the role the Public Investment Fund plays in the general economy and its ownership of a major mining company. My answer to that is the government has thought about that, and I've discussed this with Abdul Rahman, for example. The whole, which we haven't discussed, the whole project or the process the government's embarked on to auction exploration licenses is extremely unusual in the mining industry, because although sometimes mining licenses are auctioned, exploration licenses almost never auctioned. And I think it's not because the government needed the money, certainly not. I think it's because the government wanted to open up the industry and follow a transparent, objective process where companies have to be pre-qualified and they then go into the auction process. And already 2 exploration licenses, one for Kanagia and the other one for Damar, have been announced. They were announced this afternoon, but they actually happened last year. And there are going to be another 6 auctions in the next 6 months. So I think that shows the government is really trying to say to the global exploration industry, come to Saudi Arabia, take part in this auction process. We're not going to try and dominate the industry, and the most successful, best qualified bidder will win the auction. And that's pretty unusual by any standards. I don't think I may be wrong, I don't think there's any mining jurisdiction anywhere in the world which has done this. They've certainly done it, some countries like Kazakhstan and Mongolia have done it for mining licenses, but not for exploration.
Wonderful. Now, that being said, Mr. Peter, Mr. Jeffrey, let me ask you about some of the laws that are implemented and perhaps obstacles that could face those laws and how to overcome those obstacles?
Well, thank you, Fatima. I can give you one example. In a number of countries, Turkey comes to mind, but we seem to have what I'm about to say in the kingdom as well. Before the 2017 initiative, before the new Mining Act, quite a few of these exploration licenses were given to companies, families who were not in the mining business. So a construction company might have a mining license. And sometimes in Turkey, and I think I've heard here, those licenses weren't really worked very much. And when an exploration company, let's say a Canadian junior that has several million, they want to invest here, they come and talk to these license holders, these non-mining license holders. They say, well, give me $1 million and I'll give you the license and you can work it. And that doesn't work at the exploration level. So there's a role, I think, this obstacle for the government, the different parts of the government, to find a way to rationalize these pre-existing licenses that are out there, not necessarily to wipe them out, but to find a way to make those projects move forward. And if you think about it from a foreign investor's point of view, what do you definitely want to have in another country? You want to have a local partner. So already you have built into this situation, which isn't perfect, you have a local Saudi company, a local Saudi family that could be the partner of the foreign mining junior. What a perfect solution. But getting rid of that idea that, hey, I have this exploration license, you must give me $1 million on the barrelhead. No, the money needs to be put into the ground, and somehow the government needs to encourage that solution. The second area and the last area, I'll be brief, that there is an incredible way to remove obstacles, is to think about the mining industry clearly as an export industry. So your Exim Bank here in Saudi Arabia, when a mine is developed and you go along it, obviously a lot of that's going to be exported. So I think the Exim Bank of Saudi Arabia, which is relatively new, should get involved. But the opportunity is also to connect with other Exim banks. So if you take the Canadian Export Bank, Export Development Canada, I was on the board for 10 years, providing and funding investors from Canada into Saudi exploration and into the Saudi mining company, we would get export development to finance the Canadian side. You get Exim Bank of Saudi to finance here, and you have a partnership that can work together. Obstacles are there. The best way is to resolve them is collaboration and working together, but you must focus getting the money in the ground on those early stage properties, because that is the highest risk, but is the beginning of the 20-year cycle in whichever commodity there is. Sorry for going on so long, but Peter agrees with me, right? There we go.
Lovely. So yes, collaboration. We do agree with you. Collaboration is important, and their excellencies during their keynote opening in the morning, they did also emphasize on that, and they emphasized also on trust. To be able to collaborate, you need to build trust. And here I'm going to ask you, Mr. Baghawi, now, what is the best ways and practices perhaps to attract quicker and smarter ways of exploring the mining industry here in Saudi Arabia, so to speak, because time is of the essence?
Absolutely, absolutely. Good question. But I would like to just focus that question on critical minerals, okay? Because their excellencies talk a lot about critical minerals this morning, and critical minerals are the ones that are really needed to take us into the next steps in humanity, or I would say the whole planet, into clean tech. If we look at PricewaterhouseCoopers 2020 report on mining, they stated that in 2021, the top 40 mining companies that focused on critical minerals really had stellar financial returns, and they also jumped in terms of market capitalization between 40 to 140%. But in the same time, they warned that in the near future, they would have a problem in terms of finding the sustainable operations and the same type of level of gains. So what we have done is really, as an ecosystem, focusing on the client centricity, the essence of NIDLIB, the essence of the newly developed and issued national industrial strategy, the new bylaws for mining, all of it come from one breath, which is customer centricity. And I believe we need to continue on that. And what we need to do is focus on these type of top mining companies. What are the problems they're facing? Main problems that they're facing is price volatility, geopolitical risks, scalable, as mentioned by my colleagues on the panel, scalable financial and infrastructure abilities. And we need to understand how can we provide that, because to do clean tech, you need almost 3 to 4x more minerals than the typical kind of energy generation. So that means you need effective value chain. And what we have seen with the NIDLIB program, with all the movement that has been done to focus on the client, is making sure that there are value chains. And we have done so much to enable that until now, and there's so much to be done moving forward. We want to attract the top mining companies to come to Saudi to enable the underexplored potential, and in the same time take advantage of a fantastic area where you have logistical advantages, you have fantastic legislation, you have excellent government that supports. And we understood there are two fantastic trends that are happening. We want to understand the trends to accelerate this mining activity. The first, these miners or mining companies are really smart. So they're moving down the value chain to create value-added services like chemical products. Lithium is of high interest to new tech, So they're going into lithium hydroxide production, which is chemical production. At the same time, they're even going into partnerships with OEM, the original equipment manufacturers. Like we see partnership between mining companies and Tesla and GE and Ford. We're very fortunate and proud that today we have Sear, we have Lucid, we have so many different companies that jump-started a new venture in our economy. And we are very confident that in the future that we will see these kind of miners being attracted.
Wonderful, and that's a really important point you touched on, Mr. Al-Baghawi, and I guess that brings me to you, Mr. Blushi. I wanted to ask you about, and pick your brains about, what are your ideas of attracting explorers into the industry and have them interested?
Well, I believe, first of all, mining is not a new industry, so we don't need to recreate the wheel. We've learned a lot from our partners from this region. We've learned a lot from South Africa, of course. We got the minister from South Africa. We learned a lot from the Australians and the Canadians. They've gone through this. We were lucky enough to be the latest entrant into the mining sector.
Take advantage of all the expertise, right?
Absolutely. So we've learned from all the mistakes and all the successes that all the countries have done. Yes, Peter, working with him, building that law, he's seen all these other issues. But it's not rocket science. A lot of issues happened, and and I'm sure someone else is going to join the mining sector after us, and he will build a better law. Now we're thinking about how to continuously improve our jurisdiction. Looking at exploration, one, we went with first with the auction process, but 99% of our licensing is via first come, first serve. We're making it streamlined, we're making it quicker, we're making it much more credible, so that the companies, when they apply, they know whether they're going to get rejected or it's going to proceed. We're working with an incentive scheme. We're building an exploration incubator for our local juniors, so that they can continue with sustainable investments from the kingdom. And we teach our geologists how to take these risks. We marry them with other Canadians. Now, tomorrow we have a matchmaking session. It's by invite only. We're bringing in 25 Saudi companies that are interested in investing in the mining sector, and we brought 25 junior companies from around the world, from the US, from Canada, from Australia, from South Africa, and these are companies that have found discoveries in the minerals that we are interested in. Now, going forward, we want to continue to hear back from these companies. We're also stress testing all the designs of the auctions to make sure that it fits our customers and it fits more money going into the ground rather than money going into the treasury.
Wonderful, thank you for that. Now, Mr. Peter, I've started with you, and perhaps I'll conclude with you as well. We're, I think, running out of time already. Now, with all that being said, I would like to go back and ask you the same question I asked Mr. Baghawi about having a faster process of this all. How possible is it?
A faster process?
Yes.
Of course it's possible, but obviously you've got to bear in mind that the licensing process, it doesn't just involve the mining ministry. It involves other ministries like water, environmental affairs, and today there's a huge emphasis, quite rightly, on ESG, environmental, social, and governance issues. And clearly, mining, in order to be effective, has to be sustainable.
And you did emphasize a lot, Mr. Peter, on having all ministries involved to be communicated, I guess, and interconnected when it comes to the...
So that's my takeaway from this. I mean, I think it's, my recommendation to the government is that they look at creating an effective one-stop shop for mining where the licensing process is fully joined up. Because obviously this new law is very progressive, but is very new, and everybody's really testing the water. Clearly the obligation on the ministry is to ensure that what they've put together actually works. And I think that would be a step in the right direction that I would recommend.
Wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Jeffrey, Mr. Peter, Mr. Abdurrahman, and Mr. Al-Baghawi. Thank you, gentlemen, for your time. And thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for listening in and staying with us today.
Excuse me. Well, thank you, Fatima. Thank you panelists. We're just going to reset and we'll be with you in a moment or so. But Peter, if you'd please stay, because Peter Leon is going to be the moderator of the next session. And while Peter gathers his troops together, I'll just let you know that the topic here is strategic objectives and priorities for mining in Saudi Arabia. As I said, Peter Leon, who's the partner and Africa chair for Herbert Smith Freehills, is the moderator of this session. And this panel is coming together now. We're almost there. Klaus is here. Great. All right, Tom is here. Okay, we can, and again, ladies and gentlemen, if you could perhaps take your seats, we'll move on if we could take our seats. Thank you, gentlemen. We're going to start the next session. Thank you. Okay, Peter, the microphone is yours. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you enjoyed this one as much as the last session.
Hello. All right. Well, welcome to the next session, which is strategic objectives and priorities for mining in Saudi Arabia. And we have a great panel this afternoon. I'm very pleased to welcome His Excellency, the Vice Minister for Industry Affairs, Osama Al-Zamil. Next to me, my friend Klaus Kleinfeld, the former CEO of Siemens and Alcoa. Tom Harley from Australia, who's the chair of the Australia-Saudi Arabia Business Council. Khalid Al-Modi, who's the CEO of Saudi Red Bricks. So it's a very, I think, interesting and diverse panel we put together, looking at the strategic objectives and priorities for mining in the kingdom. If I can just kick off and just make some very brief opening remarks, and they're really this, and it's a very fairly simple and maybe slightly trite proposition, and that is mining is a very high risk, capital intensive industry with very long lead times between exploration and production. So it's absolutely essential for any mining project that the project is de-risked as much as possible, and to make that effective and workable, mining companies and investors need to have effectively complete predictability and security of tenure. And as suggested in the last panel, one of the ways of achieving that is to have a mining code which is objective, which has strict time limits, that has an effective licensing system through a cadastral system, that investors are able to repatriate their profits and their capital, that the fiscal regime is fair and equitable, that it gives effect to principles of sustainability, responsible supply chains in an ESG era, and there's automatic access to international arbitration. So I'm going to kick off my first question and ask His Excellency, the Vice Minister, what he sees as the strategic objectives and priorities for mining in the kingdom as we stand here at the beginning of 2023. Welcome, Vice Minister.
Thank you, Peter. Good afternoon to everyone, and thank you for inviting me to be here with my elite panelists. Actually, I'm delighted to be here. Actually, to start with, I will look at the way that how we can have our alignment of manufacturing strategic objectives and priorities from mining in Saudi Arabia in two ways, in my point of view. First, mineral resources are are integrated part of the Ministry of Industrial and Mineral Resources ecosystem. Actually, this is a wise decision made by the central government to combine the two the industrial sector and the mining sector in one industry, in one ministry, which gives a clear message from the government that we need to maximize the value chain creation from the mining industry that will contribute, will exploit the potential of 1.3 trillion US dollar of reserves that will contribute to the global supply chain. Actually, this will all go to manufacturing product for export and for local consumption. This also will help us as getting more sectors developed in the National Industrial Strategy, which has 12 sectors. We have 2 of them in the mining and mineral industry, which is such as the building material, for example. Actually, the second part of that, this point of managing that objective is that mineral resources as a raw material to many manufacturing opportunities from basic to intermediate and finally downstream application. Actually, this will quadruple the mining sector contribution to the KSA GDP by 2035. If we can also refer to the national mining strategy, it says that we are going to contribute in the mining industry 58 billion US dollar for mining projects that coming from the national mining industry. 65% of that 85 billion US dollar will go to a downstream and intermediate manufacturing opportunities. In fact, this will really be offered to investors as part of strategic sectors implementation of national industrial strategy. Consider mining industry as third pillar, contributing to the development of industrial sector opportunities after oil and gas and petrochemical.
Thank you very much. I'm going to, and I didn't mention him when I opened my remarks, I'm going to jump on to the speaker I didn't announce, and that is Ahmed Al-Obeishi, the Vice President of Planning Digital Development at ISNAD. Why I'm doing that is because when we spoke about this yesterday, Ahmed, you mentioned an innovation which I don't think many people are aware of, how the licensing system is actually working in Saudi Arabia. The government have actually set up effectively an independent company or agency to process all the licenses and engage with investors. And I think that's a very interesting innovation. So perhaps you could talk about that.
Thank you, Peter. Even if you did not introduce me, I'm going to talk about it. First of all, a brief about the Saudi Mining Service Company. During the past few years, we knew that the government haven't put enough effort for really developing the mining sector in Saudi Arabia. And with Vision 2030 and the mining strategy, we realized that there are big untapped opportunity for the mining. To develop this sector and enrich the experience, one of these entities established by a royal decree is to establish the Saudi Mining Service Company as an executive arm for the ministry. Why exactly? To help the ministry from the operation perspective, execution perspective, using emerging technology perspective about processing the license, the inspections, promoting the investors, and enrich the investor experience in the right way. So as an example, today we have issued in 2020, we have issued more than 214 exploration licenses, and that have been issued in 2020. And actually, today is the 11th of January, and we have issued so far 20 exploration licenses, more than 50% of them for international companies.
How quickly do you do that?
It depends on the investor, how they comply to the requirements in the right way. If they are compliant to the right requirements, and this is our job also to increase their maturity and awareness of our requirements. And if they are adapt to our requirements in the right way, maximum 60 days for an exploration license, if the location is available. But for the other requirements from a sustainability perspective, a work plan perspective, if the investor is preparing all these documents in the right way, it's a maximum of 60 days, depends on the availability of the locations.
And perhaps you could just describe, how the company operates, what sort of people you have working there, and so on.
Definitely. One of the main objectives of SNAD, the Saudi Mining Service Company, to be a private sector company owned by the government, by the ministry itself. Even that, the chairman of the company is the minister, and the vice minister is the vice chairman. The goal of that is to attract the right talents, the right capabilities, the right technologies to help the mining sector in different aspects. Not only from the regulation perspective or from the governance perspectives, but also to help the companies and the investors themselves from adopting the new technologies.
Thanks very much. So if I can move away from that and I'll come to Tom Harley. Tom, perhaps you could give some comments on mining from an international investor's perspective and how you see things playing out here.
Thank you very much, Peter. I'll just tell you a bit about my background, because that may tell you why I'm so confident in some of what I'm going to say. I worked for BHP for over 20 years, and my last job I was in charge of the corporate development. It's overseas growth strategy and risk analysis. And for the last 15 years, we set up a company called Dragoman, which advises companies on how to enter new countries and how to work in difficult countries. I want to make two observations. One, which is a set of generic observations about the mining industry today, and secondly, to talk about the competitive nature of the current situation. The challenge of the electrification of the world has been one of the largest changes to the structure of the mining industry in my lifetime. And how does that manifest itself? Well, first of all, in acute skill shortages in a sector where there has been very little or sustained investment in training people, or underinvestment over many years. Secondly, the mineral exploration portfolios are being completely reprioritized with different emphasis on different minerals, and in many cases that further exacerbating skill shortages. Third, processing technologies and downstream value add requirements are being demanded quite correctly by governments, as His Excellency pointed out. In many countries, it is a demand and it's a price of investing and getting access to a resource. I'm pleased to say in the Kingdom, it is a much more sophisticated linkage of the development of the mining sector to the development of an industry strategy. And lastly, there's a global challenge which is beset us all, and that's the requirements and the vulnerabilities of sophisticated supply chains, with politics being a huge impact in the design of supply chains. So if things weren't difficult enough, we've got that. My second set of... Sorry?
I was going to just ask you about that. Where do you see that headed? What's your view on that?
I see it becoming more exacerbated. I think that, to put it in, and Klaus may relate to this, I think that we are at the end of the Davos era of freer trade, and we're going to have a much more segmented set of supply chains based around alliances, and some of it's reactive and some of it will be positive.
The end of the Washington consensus.
Yes, well, I don't think Washington, I'll credit Davos. The second thing I want to talk about is this industry is a highly competitive industry where countries compete with each other, and I think that with the overlay of the challenge of electrification, that competition is becoming brutal. And what are the points that people look for? First of all, countries, of course, determine the fiscal terms. They determine the licenses. The whole structure of the industry is in the gift of government. And so dealing with governments that understand what they're doing and are strategic and are capable of following through on things is highly significant. And I think the Kingdom scores very highly on that. Secondly, there's the quality of the data of geology and how much of the country has been explored. The third is the certainty of contracts, and that's come up several times this afternoon. The protection of the rights and the protection of the rights of investors. And lastly, there is investment, and the Kingdom is the most imaginative in this, in providing capacity for new entrants to de-risk their entry. And that's one of the critical distinguishing features. Now, I'd like to end on one note. I've been coming to the Kingdom for 15 years. I've advised many companies here. One thing that I note about this Kingdom is it is highly ambitious for itself. And it's an ambition that in my time in coming here has been matched by its achievement of those ambitions.
Thank you very much, Tom. So, Khalid, I'm coming to you now to give a Saudi business perspective on what you think the issues are, what you think the Kingdom offers investors, how things could be improved, and what you think the next steps are that need to be taken by government and business to make the industry even more of a success.
Peter, first, thank you. And of course, thanks to our Excellency, Deputy Minister Zamil. I'm here to speak on behalf of an investors. We are local investors, but of course, we are most aware of the international investors as well. An investor needs peace and needs a clear way to know where he's going, a direct way that he knows at the end of the day he's going to succeed. Saudi Arabia can give all of that and more. I've shown in the past 5 to 6 years is a total different than what we had before. It's really, I've been through this for the last 44 years, dealing with all the ministries in this country, and I can tell you for a fact that in the last 5, 6 years, it has changed. And the last 1 year here, after implementing most of the laws that has been come down, I think we are in a great hands. We're in a great success. I would like to add, being a citizen of Saudi Arabia and an investor, and talking on behalf of some of the investors, especially the middle class or the upper middle class. Of course, we talked, Peter, about the one-stop station. This is the most important thing for a guy that is coming from Canada, from South Africa, from many of the other nations that he wants to do business. He is good in mining. He doesn't know all the details that have to be done. You have to clear it. You have to iron it out for him and tell him, here it is. Go and get to work. Put your money, bring your know-how. If SIDF is going to give an equal share for as a loan, as 50%, that's entirely up to the government in that case. But definitely, we are new in this business, but the world is not new in this business. We talked about that. So what has been done, we can elaborate, and it's good that we are right now at this stage where the technology has transferred and the know-how is much more advanced, and picking out raw material is much cheaper and much more clear than before, and you can get even the raw material that cannot be able to get. Now, I have 4 points which I talked about, which is the one-stop station. That's very important. The train railroad system have to be much more eager and much more pushed through. We need to, instead of making one line, let's make 5, 6 lines. Time is of essence. And these companies that today have an interest with us, they might have an interest with somebody else's if we don't push further and further. Water. Water, yes, we are not a river country. We don't have lots of rivers, but we have desalination plants that produce water at the end that then it goes through a sewage system, and that water, some of it is dumped. We can take advantage of this water and sweeten the deals for these companies and say, come, we can give you water, and this water is much more clear than even the river waters. Last but not least, energy. Gas. We have lots of gas. We can take advantage of it. Clean gas, clean energy, and also some of the environmental clean energy, whether it's wind or the sun. That's my hope. I would love to see this happen in the next 3 to 5 years. We need to push. We have a lot of young people that needs to work, and going downstream is the success of all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So Klaus, I'm going to come to you, if I can.
Okay. Yes, so having been an industrialist for basically all of my life, 20 plus years running different types of business at Siemens and then running it in total. And then 10 years with Alcoa, running Alcoa, forming the partnership with Marden here, and very proud having built up the aluminum system here in the kingdom together with Marden, and a system that is so integrated that doesn't exist anywhere on this planet. So let me make a few remarks. One is, in any business, you need to look for competitive advantage, a sustainable competitive advantage. In the commodity business, as Peter, you mentioned it, it's a risky business and it has its ups and downs, but you still have to understand what are the fundamentals. And the fundamentals are not difficult. You first have to look at three filters. You have to look at the first filter. Do I have geological endowment? Is there something there? You know, that's the first thing. Secondly, do I have factor cost advantages outside of the geological thing? And thirdly, do I have in my larger region access to large demand? So in reality, do I bring down, you know, the transportation costs? You know, so those three things. That's it. You know, those are the three lenses. That's it. You know, and you apply them to every mineral on this planet, and then you find out, do I get competitive advantages? You know, sustainable competitive advantages. So the good news is, you know, this work in part has been done here in the kingdom, and there are very, very encouraging answers to it. And one I know very well on the aluminum side. That's why we came here. That's why we put $11 billion into the ground. And the attraction was exactly that. We have a bauxite mine, you know, and we had a railway, by the way, that enabled it. Alcoa turned the project down about 30 years ago because there was no way to get the bauxite to the water, you know. So a really, really good point. So there's bauxite there, you know, then we could turn the bauxite into alumina because we got gas and heat. And then we can turn the alumina into aluminum because we got electricity. So we built the large power plant there. But there are other areas where the kingdom is not as advanced, you know, and it's in copper, it's in zinc, it's in ceramics, think of that, and it's in glass, you know. So there are a number of things where all the three lenses work very, very well, you know. And the kingdom has done, and you mentioned it in the last panel already, but you cannot thank the kingdom enough for it, because it actually did not put enough effort on the exploration side. But this now, it's accelerated, and the law also is helping that. That's fantastic, you know. And also through the establishment of a service company, professionalizing this. So this is all very, very good. And I want to add two things to it. The one thing is, and this is important here in this panel here, don't think about it, you have to be integrated in all steps along the value chain. Obviously that would be great, you know, but you can also pick out those elements in the value chain that are particularly attractive. So for instance, on copper, you know, you might not have enough copper ore in the kingdom. We don't know that yet, but there is a lot of copper in the neighboring places, and we have logistics. With we, I mean Saudi has logistics. We can bring it here, and we have one other thing for the downstream side. We have energy like nobody else has it, and we have again a logistic advantage if we want to ship it out to Asia, to the large areas of demand, right? Asia, China, or Europe, you know, that's it. And think about it, and we have the infrastructure. And let me add one other thing that many other countries don't have, and that I heard also from people who came visiting here. We actually have a qualified labor force. And that has been built up over the last 30, 40 years through companies like Aramco, like SABIC, like Marden, and like many private industries, having put enormous efforts into educating the young Saudis. So all of this exists here. That's fantastic. Last point on the Vice Minister's point, who's very interested in the downstream. The downstream is very different from the upstream. And I would basically, I split Alcoa into Alcoa and Arconic for the reason that we could go into it for a whole host of reasons, but this requires a totally different skill set. At the same time, we haven't really started with this here in the kingdom. You know, on the aluminum side, we have built at the time a packaging rolling mill and an aerospace an automotive roller mill. But it's just started. And we can use completely different advantages. So we can make this a hub, you know, so I'm extremely excited.
Thank you very much, Klaus. So I think that brings us more or less to the end of the panel. I'd just like to make one or two final remarks. The one is, and it's been mentioned this morning by the Minister, and that is the fact that Saudi Arabia sits in this middle of this region between Africa and Asia and Europe. That's the first point. So geographically, it's very well positioned. But also you look at things geopolitically, issues between China and the US, Russia and Ukraine. I mean, this is an oasis in the sense of peace in globally at the moment.
Peter, may I add to this, which I found really interesting, because I talked to 3 ministers from different countries here, all coming from the African countries, and they mentioned one additional point. They said, you have political stability. So if we come here, you have clear laws, and we can count on this, and they have a different reference system than we sometimes have,
Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much for being here. Could I, yes, please, Vice Minister.
Okay, just for a last comment, if just to mention, is really very important to have action from that very important panel, actually. Listening to investors is very important. What Mr. Khalid has mentioned was Klaus saying, listening to investors is very important to get things through. And that's why really we need to have one single point of reference of doing anything in mining, as we have done with the Royal Commission Jebel Yumbu'. It was regulatory and infrastructure point of reference for petrochemical industry. We need the similar to it to be the mining industry also. Also having a competitive raw material, as Klaus has said, is very important to be competitive. Otherwise, we will never go and have a downstream or any basic industry. And last but not least, we need to have an anchor national company invest to show the investor the seriousness of Saudi Arabia and that investment. This is what I have as an action for that panel.
Thank you very much. That's a very great conclusion. Well, thank you very much. Can I ask you to thank the panel for their excellent contribution? Thank you.
Got it? You got it? I was saying those microphones can certainly make a noise. Well, thank you to that panel. It was truly amazing. We're just getting a few photographs here, and shortly Roger's going to join us up there, so we'll get this next panel organised, but we will take 90 seconds for a few photographs here. Front. Yep. So we're looking good there. Just to touch base with the next panel that we've got coming up now, we're changing from focusing solely on Saudi Arabia, and in this next session we're looking to part one of South Africa. Quite an amazing story, quite an amazing history in hard rock mining especially, and I'm sure that Roger will bring us up to speed on that. So we'll just let these photographs have taken. Yep. Okay. You're perfect, couldn't be better. And Roger's panel, they could join us here. Our Minister, our Deputy Director for Petroleum. Hey, Roger.
Yeah, how are you, mate?
Good to see you, mate. Okay. And also our CEO from the Council of Geoscience. I'll let you introduce your panelists, okay? So have we got our 3 panelists? Can you identify them? Panelists, please. The South African contingent, come on down. And I promise not to talk about cricket too much, okay? I'm Australian, you see. We just defeated South Africa 2-0 in a 3-match series.
Live cricket.
Rugby, you'll thrash us when I'm not talking.
Rugby. Live cricket.
I'm scared of rugby. Great South African rugby teams. We have our panel. Ladies and gentlemen, may I introduce to you, we've got them all, yep. Roger Baxter, who's the Chief Executive Officer of the Minerals Council of South Africa, and our topic here today is developing technology, value chains and expertise in South Africa. So, Roger, it's all yours.
Testing, test. Gavin, thank you very much. Good afternoon to all of you. And to very quickly introduce our panel today, we have the Honourable Minister of Mineral Resources and Energy from the Republic of South Africa, Minister Mantashe, on my left-hand side. On his immediate left, we have Musa Mabuza, long working colleague of mine, who is the CEO of the Council for Geoscience. And on his immediate left, we have Jidisa Makubela, who is the Deputy Director General in charge of regulation in the South African Department of Mineral Resources and Energy. So, ladies and gentlemen, we've got a very interesting topic. It's quite important to share with you some ideas that have come out from South Africa over time. And what's been interesting is to have seen the partnership developing between the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and South Africa in relation to learning some lessons that we've learned, some good lessons and some bad lessons. Always good to highlight the differences that have taken place. South Africa is a country which is well endowed with mineral deposits. We have a very large mining sector. Last year, our total mineral sales were over $60 billion, which makes us roughly the same size as Canada's mining sector, just to put it in perspective, generating roughly 1.3 million jobs in the economy. And we do produce more than half of the 50 listed minerals that are classified as critical minerals on the USGS, the United States Government Geological Survey's list of critical minerals. So we are, and in fact we do actually produce and have substantial deposits from a South African perspective in each of those different commodities. But our purpose is not to talk about our specific reserves and the fact that we will play quite a critical role in the world going forward. We wanted to spend a bit of time looking at the fact that we have a well-established value chain within South Africa that's evolved and developed over the last 130 years. And we have a number of centers of excellence that have been developed. We have a world-class mining sector. We have world-class research institutes. And the next panel will deal with some of those institutes that we're talking about. Molefi, you up next. So you'll answer some difficult questions then. We've got the Council for Geoscience, which is really important. But I'm going to slightly also add to the panel's questions, which is then just to give a little bit of a perspective on the fact that South Africa's mining sector not only has these parts of the value chain which are critical, which include the supply industries and a very well-established downstream industry, which is very much part of the conversation that we're having here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, but also to look at what we're doing to unlock investment in those new minerals of the future, which is very much on the exploration front. So we've got the right people on the panel, and I'd like to start off by asking the Minister to give his introductory comments on where South Africa is at the moment, and particularly just thinking about the value chain and I guess partnership, Minister, which is something that you've been talking about for some time with the industry.
Thank you very much, Roger, the moderator of the panel, everybody present, esteemed guests from other countries. The difference between us and Australia is that they are putting together an industry. We're an old mining jurisdiction. That's why I wanted Peter Leon to join us here in the panel, but it's not my call. It's an old that has gone through various stages of development. It has also gone through high levels and troughs in that process. We are here today as a jurisdiction that has moved on from being a more gold-centered mining jurisdiction. For many years when we were growing up, when we talk mining, we're talking gold mining. Everything else was ignored. But today, South Africa is the home for many minerals of the future that are talking to the much needed minerals for moving to the green economy. All those minerals are in South Africa. You find them in many. I'm sure my panel here, which are experts, will give you a breakdown that we're leading in this we're leading in platinum group metals, we're leading in vanadium, we're leading in this. They will give you those statistics because that is what is our strength is. So as the issue that we've gone through is regulation. We've also gone through various stages of regulation. Again, a regulation that talked to the issue of a country that achieved freedom in about 30 years ago. And when it achieved that freedom, one of the challenges that faced the industry was to open up the economy to the much deprived black section of the population. And I can say, Roger, we're doing relatively well there. We're doing relatively well there. We're not getting the credit that we should be getting on the progress that we're making there. Because I always tell people when we talk of black economic empowerment, which is a scare word, actually I quantify it by seeing into a number of black capitalists who emerged from the system. And you can quantify them that so and so, so and so, so and so. And that progress is quite important for us. And I must add that mining is doing well. After the COVID-19, it rescued the fiscus in the country. Rescued totally, because we almost collapsed during the lockdown, and it was mining that rescued the fiscus. Today, we have reached the stage which is above the pre-COVID level. So we're quite a growing economy, we're a lively economy, we're open for discussion, we're open for ideas. But I must tell you, if you bring a fresh idea, don't think that you are going to find a tabula rasa. You are going to find a very nosy democracy that will question your idea, interrogate it in details, and accept it if it makes sense. That's where we are. Let me stop there for now, because I think the two panelists will be more prepared to give you details technically.
So, Minister, thank you very much. And I forgot to tell the audience that the Minister has renamed me Frank, and I call him Candid. So it's a very interesting conversation between Candid and Frank on all the different challenges that are facing the mining sector in South Africa. So, Minister, you're absolutely right. I mean, we have a mature sector, but we also have a sector which has enormous geological prospectivity. Only 15% of South Africa's surface area has been mapped at a 50,000 to 1 geophysical scale level. And so it's really important to now hand over to Musa Mabuza, the CEO of the Council for Geoscience, just to talk a little bit about the fact that only in the last year have we had quite a bit of progress made on developing a new exploration plan for the country, and what we're doing and what government is doing to really get a much greater focus on encouraging particularly greenfields exploration in green minerals, but in the entire value chain. Musa, over to you.
Thanks, CEO Baxter. Good afternoon, Minister. Good afternoon, delegates. So we have been a mining country for over 150 years. But I think, as Minister indicated, we have been mining traditional minerals. South Africa is generally known as gold and diamond mining industry. The South African government has taken a deliberate decision to reimagine, recatalyze the development of exploration in the country on the strength that we have the most pronounced and profound geology. I would argue that in the top quartile of the best geological quality in the world. Now, the top tier discoveries, tier 1 discoveries, world-class discoveries using conventional methods have all been found. Our forebearers have done a fantastic job of mapping at larger scales where such discoveries were, perhaps where Saudi Arabia is today. Now, our government has assessed and analyzed all of this setting, and it has taken a deliberate decision to say that we need to relive the exploration, to renew the exploration cycle, and take it back to the days of an exploration rush back in the country, and understood that in order for South Africa to become that exploration investment rush, it needs to first invest in geology itself. And so, as part of the value chain integration, there's a deeper understanding that it starts with geology. So a government that is determined and that has an understanding that it needs to develop the mining sector begins by investing in geology so that it can know what it has. And so that when you know what you have, you can manage it very well. And that's where the starting point of the integration, value chain integration is at. So last year we were tasked to work with the private sector represented by the Minerals Council to work on the exploration strategy which our cabinet has adopted and approved as the national strategy for revitalizing exploration. At the core of that is geological information. And so we have been ramping up mapping onshore at a scale of 1 in 50,000 in the past couple of years. We now have a coverage of almost 12% onshore geology, onshore geological mapping. And that is beginning to show more detailed information that would ordinarily would not have surfaced using the higher grade, higher scale geological maps. But the key thing, the key target, and what is our big, hairy, audacious goal is that we want to ramp up the exploration activities so that we can claw back at least 5% of the global exploration share. And so we, as the Council for Geoscience representing the government on geology, we make this information available on the Geological portal. Our minister here launched the portal at the mining in Daba last year. We have had over 30,000 people accessing that information because now they are beginning to make informed decisions about areas that they want to apply to. So not only do you invest in geosciences, but you also need to invest in systems so that the information can be made readily available and be looked at through a different pairs of eyes in order to see things that other pairs of eyes may not necessarily see. I'm hoping that the DDG will give you an indication of how the prospecting right is growing, applications are growing, and largely driven by the information that we are beginning to make available, essentially free of charge in the country. Thank you very much, Baxter.
So CE Mabuza, thank you for that. And let me say that you and all the members of the panel know that what we've seen over the last decade is how geology has changed so much from the typical field work that you used to see to having teams of statisticians and economists sitting behind the scenes looking for the geological abnormalities, running their own algorithms, and then coming up where they should send the geologists to go and do the actual specific work. So this is a really important part of unlocking again South Africa's value from a geological perspective, and we think it's really important. And yes, we did participate in the process in developing the strategy, in developing the plan, not the strategy, the strategy being a slightly different document, but lots of work still being invested by both government and ourselves in that process. Now, linked to this and some obviously really important news to share with the team here, and the Minister did indicate to me that it's okay to say so. There's been a lot of work done on South Africa's cadastral system. We have a system in place at the moment called SAMRAD. There is agreement that SAMRAD is not fit for purpose. There was a RFP process that was out there looking at putting a new bespoke system in place, but that's going to take too long. So the DMRE is much more focused on putting in place an off-the-shelf system and getting it running as quickly as possible. And I think there'll be some exciting further news coming up quite soon. So let me hand across to DDG Makubela, who is at the front end of, in fact, both ends of the licensing process. There are many different licenses that are in the system, but DDG Makubela, just to get some thoughts, what your view is, how this cadastral system will really help unlocking the timeframes, and then perhaps your views on how we're going to focus on those timeframes. We have you have made some progress in getting some of the outstanding licenses resolved. That's both at a prospecting right level, but we need to obviously look at the mining right level also. You've done a lot of work there too, so maybe your thoughts.
Okay, no, thank you very much, Roger. Good afternoon, Honorable Minister. Afternoon to the delegates as well and the fellow panelists. I think the first thing that I want to focus on is that despite the fact that we haven't had a cadastral, as Roger has indicated, if I was speaking to you 18 months ago, we would have reported to you that we had a backlog of about 6,000 applications. And we went and through the hard work that has been put on by the team, we have been able to reduce that now to under 2,800 applications that are still in our system. However, as you have indicated, purchasing the cadastral system is a very important development, particularly for the investors, to give them confidence in terms of transparency, but also the time frames. So as you have indicated, we are at the tail end of that procurement process, and further announcements will be made quite soon, particularly at the mining Indaba. But we are confident that we will meet the deadline that we have set ourselves to purchase this system. What it does really is that it will give the investors the transparency to be able to follow the application throughout the life cycle of that license. And also it reduces to a large degree any unpredictability in the system, because it ensures that there is no room for deviation by any of us from the law. What we have done also in the intervening period is to make sure that we introduce rigor in our licensing process, to make sure that whatever policy pronouncements are made by the minister, no single official can deviate from those policy pronouncements. So what we do now is that whenever there is a policy pronouncements, we issue directives to all the regions to make sure that they implement the policies as have been pronounced. But what is also not visible, Roger, to the delegates and other investors, is that post-COVID, ourselves as a department, together with yourselves as the council, we're working on a turnaround strategy for the sector, and we had a number of working streams that were able then to deliver on the, the outcome that we have seen where actually the mining sector has been able to grow. I think lastly, I think we always have to impress upon the administration that the mining sector is actually a partner for the country as well as the government, because it is the one that creates the 500,000 jobs in the sector that we have. It is the one that supports the 6 million jobs downstream that are supported by the mining sector. And therefore, we need to be able to be responsive whenever there are issues that are raised by the sector. And that's the commitment that you can make. Thank you.
So DDG, thanks very much for that. Minister, let me come back to you. And I know we're running very short of time, but let me quickly direct into coming through to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. His Excellency and the Crown Prince and the ministers and others involved in the conversations you've been involved in these conversations for the last 2 years. And I guess it's been a learning process between what they're doing as a much newer mining sector, having been such a dominant global force on the global oil sector side, and us obviously having a very long history in the mining sector side. And so there have been areas where I guess we've learned from them and they're learning from us. I mean, just in today's sessions, it's been quite interesting to see how they've been doing a lot of work on making their sector a lot more accessible. But just your thoughts, Minister, on the cooperation between yourselves as the government of South Africa with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and how that's translated into areas of cooperation around geoscience, areas of cooperation around minerals processing, and those are areas where South Africa has been quite a leader at the global level. Minister?
Yes, I happen to be part of the presidential delegation that came here last year. And I'm here today. There are a few points that I've learned here. One is the clarity of thought. It's quite important. Number two is determination to do what they want to achieve and courage to actually do what should be done. And I think they have an advantage of having money and resources as an advantage. And I think that lesson is the lesson that I'm taking back home. That unless we have clarity of thought, we have determination, we have courage, we're not going to succeed much. And I think that is what I draw from the visit here. Number two, we're learning very hard lessons on the transition, on the just energy transition, because we're a major coal producing economy. Actually, coal is the second biggest commodity in terms of size of foreign earnings. Then we must think quick and move fast in terms of moving from high carbon emission to low carbon emission. That thought process is quite intensive in our case, and we are involved in it. But what we have also emphasized is that the worst thing that we can do is to rush to switch off coal and hope that we can switch on renewables without actually a due process being followed. We're quite thorough about the process, mixed technologies in the transition until we're ready to move on.
Minister, thanks very much. Let me quickly, 1 minute, Musa, if you wouldn't mind, just on your side, the cooperation with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia at the Council Geoscience level, and just your thoughts, and then I'll also ask DG Makobela to do the same. Any thoughts on the cooperation, and I'll quickly do a summary. Thanks.
So the Council for Geoscience has a partnership agreement with the Saudi Geological Survey. And the greatest advantage here is that our geological settings are very similar in South Africa and here in Saudi Arabia. I think they are the only country that beat the champions in Qatar last year. And so if you beat the champions, then you are a super champion. But working with the super champions in soccer, as it were, we are translating it into the geological world. There's a lot of exchanges that we are making, and working with the Saudis. They've been very cordial, and we are excited about the window they've opened for us to bring South African geoscientists to add value as the center of expertise and excellence in geosciences that will contribute towards the 2030 Saudi vision, as it were.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
DDG Makobela, any last thoughts?
I think from my side, just to reinforce what the minister has indicated, what we have experienced, particularly in the last 2 days, is that we need to also refocus on the critical minerals back home. So we need to have a particular strategy on how we begin to support the licensing of those minerals going forward. But lastly, that energy is also very critical in terms of enabling any mining activity. Thank you.
And DDGs, and to the fellow panelists, thank you very much. Just to make the concluding comment that we're also learning a lot about some of the other challenges that we're dealing with at home on the energy front. The singularity of purpose the Minister talked about, and resolving the challenges, and the same for rail. But thanks very much for your participation in the panel, Minister, CEO Mabuza, DDG Makobela, and to all the audience, thanks very much for participating, and to our hosts for hosting us. Thank you very much. Gavin.
We've got our microphone going. Now, Roger, don't run away, because we're going to have you in the next session with us.
Yeah, exactly.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you very much. Okay. And I don't want to play you in rugby. You're too good. Okay, thank you. Thank you. While Roger's up here, could I get my panelists to join me? Anna Molefe. Ernst, are you here? Oh, there's Ernst. Great. Join me up here. We best to maybe pop Molefe just down this way a little. There. I think we've got the right number. Anna's joining us. Come on, Anna. I might start with those that are here. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the second of the two panels that we have focusing on South Africa. At times we'll raise new areas because we're looking at mining for the future, and at times we might even pick up some of the key points that were just made because they're worth re-emphasising in that sense. Our panel today, of course, having been the moderator last time, is Roger Baxter, who's the CEO of the Minerals Council of South Africa. Molefe Matuku, he joins us. He's the Chief Executive Officer of the Council for Mineral Technology, known as MinTech. Ernst Muller joins us. He's Senior Associate ESG and Natural Resources for Herbert Smith Freehills. He works with Peter Leon, and I think it's not too far to reach to say that Peter and Ernst played a major role in Saudi Arabia's mining code framework. So they have a pretty good relationship there. And finally, we've got Anna Poberezhna, who's the Chief Executive Officer and founder of ClearHub. I might just add that prior to us coming up here on stage today, we had, where we could, some online video interactions. And one of those was one of the most amazing moments I ever had, because for Anna to get onto that call, she had to leave her home in Kiev, in Ukraine, and make her way down to a petrol station that had the internet. And there she appeared on the screen in battle fatigues and a black beanie, She looked all the part, but to go to that extent, of course, mostly lives in London, but is a very proud Ukraine person, and we're with you on that, mate. We are really with you. So I might take a seat, and we will get this rolling. Roger was moderator of the last session, but I asked him that if he might perhaps start with an overview on the state of the nation in respect of minerals industry in South Africa. I realise some of these areas were covered, but I'm sure that Roger has some revelations for us. Remember, we're looking at the future.
So Gavin, thanks very much. And yes, South Africa is a minerals treasure trove. It's a country which has a very well-developed mining sector. It is a sector that has a very big contribution footprint in the economy, probably accounting for as much as 20% of GDP, 50% of exports. And that's a number that resonates very much with many of the other major mining jurisdictions like Australia, Canada, and others. And it's a sector which has a very, very big human footprint, a footprint that has a big impact on the number of people that receive their education through the sector. We spend approximately $500 million a year investing in people. We support our universities. We have 3 major mining universities. The minister keeps on telling me that we need to build a university in Limpopo. That's something that we'll have to take back to our chief executives on the board of the Minerals Council. But to highlight, we have a number of universities that are in the top 50 in the rankings of the top mining engineering universities. And unlike a country like Australia, where you have the mining faculties in places like on the East Coast, up in Brisbane being closed down, in South Africa we are producing a surplus of mining engineers who do find their way into the rest of the world. And there's not many mining companies around the world that don't have South Africans working in one way or another. So a very capable private sector, great centers of excellence in various aspects of our, and I think this is what we're going to really talk about today, and I won't say much about them, but in areas like geoscience, and then also in terms of minerals processing, and in our universities. We have the Mandela Mining Precinct, which is a precinct which we've just established with government over the last few years, where we are co-funding collaborative research on mining, and that's not actually found in many other countries in the world. Even in Australia, there's not a collaborative co-funding model. It's government doing a bit of work, particularly through the CSIRO, and companies doing a lot of their own work on the RD&I side. So I make that highlight because we're focusing on very specific issues, particularly about how we are going to go through this just energy transition and how we're going to be able to produce the minerals that are critical to enabling the world to meet its Paris ambition of zero net carbon or greenhouse gas emissions by 2050. So it's a really important sector. We do have our challenges. We do have our challenges on the energy front. Again, learning from what the Saudis are doing through this collaboration is critical. We have different other areas around the legislative front, Gavin, that I think are important to talk about, where on the royalty side, for example, South Africa has an EBIT-based profit royalty formula in place. It obviates the need for any discussion around super profit taxes. It's stable, it's predictable, and I'm talking about on the royalty side, just as an example. And we've had discussions with a number of country governments about how they could adopt that system, because ad valorem royalty systems are the most damaging to the mining sector, particularly to marginal mining companies. So again, just to highlight a number of the points, but let me stop there because I think the previous panel covered quite a bit.
Right. I must say as an Australian that you hit probably the #1 raw nerve for the mining industry, and that is training and education, particularly in the universities. I have my colleague here, Professor Richard Shoddy, and he would share with me that concern in Australia. There are courses that are closing down because we just cannot get people to study them. So if you'd like to send them over, we'd be more than welcome in that respect. Roger, are there any other building blocks that you wanted to mention before we move on? Because I want to cover another aspect in a moment, which is the LAW, Ernst, and then the LORE with Anna. But first.
So Gavin, I mean, if you think about the building blocks, having a very capable private sector that's evolved over time, and a globally renowned private sector is a critical building block. Having in place a stable, predictable, competitive regulatory framework is obviously key. But just remember that in the last 25 years, we've had significant regulatory reform in South Africa. It's not perfection. There are gaps, there are challenges, and we've been working on those. We do have, we've had historically a very reliable electricity supply. I mean, South Africa does have over 60% of sub-Saharan Africa's installed electricity capacity. But we've had some challenges in keeping that reliable, and we're working on the solutions. And in the past 6 months, we've had probably the biggest structural reforms that we've seen in South Africa in the last 20 years, with the reforms that have taken place on liberalizing the energy sector and enabling the private sector to come to the table to invest in renewable in energy projects. So those are some of the building blocks, but one of the other building blocks is obviously on the skills and the human capital front. And on that particular front, our universities we do sponsor our universities. We actually do fund what we call subvention programs to keep our lecturers at the universities to make sure that the quality remains high. And we are subventing probably 70% of the students in mining engineering courses, just as a practical example of what we're doing from a mining company perspective.
Before I move on to the LAW and the LORE, do any of our other panelists have anything they'd like to add on the building blocks that they see when we're looking at the future of mining in South Africa? Anything else that you'd want to add? Please, Anna. Oh, there's one there.
Hi everyone, thank you for having me here. Coming from the challenging jurisdiction myself, I see a lot of parallels between South Africa and Ukraine. Firstly, it's titanium economies. It's unique countries which position themselves, which can provide not only the national security, but also global security, because of the titanium value chains that they can develop end to end, and can develop the circular economy around that, but that's not the end. What they can also develop, the regenerative economies around that, given that all the opportunities are in the country. So we're talking here from their exploration, production, processing of the ilmenite and other ores, and of course recovering the materials from the current mineral sands, which are currently has leftovers in the waste. So we're talking not only, we're talking here about the closing the loops and delivering the alternatives around the low carbon materials and low carbon end products. End products in the titanium, we're talking about the sponge, and I think it's untapped opportunity in South Africa. And of course, the pinnacle would be the metal powder. And again, I don't see it as an end point for South Africa. South Africa has one of the best university base and one of the best diasporas in the world that can unite and collaborate efforts around taking South Africa to the next level and developing not only the solar panels, which have been discussed around now in the Limpopo areas, but actually taking the challenge and developing the electronics and the chips. And this is what we call the regenerative economy. This is what we call the closing loops. And if someone thinks it's impossible, I would like to remind that the largest plane in the world, the cargo plane, was built by Ukrainians. It calls Mriya. Mriya translates in English, dream. The first thing that was destroyed in our war that we're experiencing right now, the dream. That plane, that largest, the only one plane. And it was symbolically, because someone thought that by destroying the dream, they would destroy their identity. And they didn't, because it's revival. And that's what I see right now, a big parallel in South Africa. Reviving South Africa identity, culture, and stating it globally, that it's actually the powerhouse and the global security house in the world, having been blessed with those value chains of titanium and other ores, which currently have a potential for the further development, and collaborating with countries like Saudi Arabia on co-developing those value chains.
Okay, thanks, Anna. Ernst or Malifi, did you want to add anything on the building blocks as we look to the future? We're fine there? Okay, LAW. we'll look at that in that sense. Ernst, interesting the background that you have living in South Africa, but how you've played such a role in Saudi Arabia. We'll get to that in a moment because you might have some learnings or lessons or those type that we could look at. But first off, if we look at South Africa's mineral law regime, which aspects of the framework represent what we term as best practice, and which aspects require maybe a bit of attention?
Thank you, Gavin, and thank you for having me today, ladies and gentlemen. I must caveat this, that I am an eternal optimist, and I have my minister sitting in the audience today as well, so I must tread carefully. I really liked it when Minister Mantashe said that we must remember that South Africa has got a very well-established mining sector. It's been around for at least a century, which means that we have a century worth of experience, and the same counts for the legal regime as well. If we think about the Mineral and Petroleum Resources Development Act, it was promulgated in 2004, which means we have 20 years of experience there. So if we think about best practices, we understand that according to the Fraser Institute in Canada, that a mining sector is conducive to investment if the framework in which the mining activities take place are premised on certainty and predictability. And although our mining laws do require may require some improvement to accord with international best practice developments that have taken place over the last 2 decades, what is true is that because we have been running the same mining system for at least 2 decades, that there is a sense of certainty and predictability. The mining laws are also imbued with certain requirements which say that if specific requirements are satisfied, the ministry must award a mining right or must award a prospecting right. That does give a sense of certainty, predictability. And then also we must always remember that the mining sector is not just regulated by the mining law. We have ancillary laws that support the mining sector. So the National Environmental Management Act, the Water Act, the Labour laws. These laws all date back from 1998, and some of them, like the Labour Relations Act, even earlier. What is very important about them, ladies and gentlemen, is we think about the increasing emphasis on ESG. These laws have inscribed ESG principles and requirements into South Africa's laws for more than 2 decades now. So while the world thinks about what it means to have a sound, sustainable mining sector, South Africa's laws have been advocating sound, sustainable mining practices for at least 2 decades. An easy example there is the duty of care under our National Environmental Management Act, which says that if you own a piece of land, or you operate on the land, or you are in possession of the land, if you inflict any form of harm on the land, you have the responsibility to rehabilitate and remediate the environment. That's a core ESG principle. That's a core principle that is part of sustainable business practices. The same would apply to sound community management practices. Under our Promotion of Administrative Justice Act, before the government officials are allowed to issue a permit, they must, a party applying for the license must embark on an extensive public consultation process. That means engaging with communities. That means giving communities a voice, hearing what they're saying and ensuring that their views are expressed in your management practices. This means that ESG is part of South Africa's laws. It's been part of South Africa's laws for at least 2 decades, which means that South Africa has got a well-established platform for mining companies to operate. I did caveat by saying that I'm an eternal optimist, though. So I think the one bit where South Africa could learn it comes with the implementation of the laws. Now, as always, South Africa is a developing economy. It's a very big country. It's a country that exists in opposites, from people who are incredibly rich to people who are incredibly poor, and the government must of course cater for all of their needs. But I think in the mining sector, what we found, working with some of the mining companies across the sector, is that they often find it difficult cutting through all the different levels of red tape. Again, our government is doing fantastic work in the infrastructure space where, for example, with green hydrogen, the government has announced pathways on how they can expedite the administrative process that culminates in the provision of the licenses. And I think the same could be used in the mining space. And as we heard from the previous panel, that many of the backlogs are already being addressed. So what I'd like to say, Gavin, is let's watch the space. Let's stop being negative and pessimists. Let's all work together. And as Anna said, let's turn these challenges into fantastic opportunities.
Wonderful, wonderful. I must say that listening to that the first session on South Africa, what the panel had to say and what the Minister had to say, I found as exciting, visionary, and a lesson for many others, including my own country, on that basis. But I did say I was looking at LAW, and I'd also look to LAW in that sense, or LORE, which is the other side. So generally for our industry, and we're looking at the future, and in some context, for South Africa, what does it take to build trust and constructive agreement, as you see it, Anna?
Well, in the UK, there's a term called social contract. And UK has a long history of establishing those social contracts with communities. When Margaret Thatcher left the legacy here, it was not the just transition. Since then, UK has learned many hard lessons. What is just transition? And when I've been reviewing a stack of policies that South Africa has developed, and I don't look at the mining industry in separation from the infrastructure industry, because those come together. And what I found out, and it was absolutely fascinating, South Africa has one of the best documented just transition policy in the world. That's a very serious commitment, and I think a lot of countries, including in Africa, sub-Saharan Africa, can learn from that document. It's very practical, it's very pragmatic. What is not yet properly done to the full extent is implementation of that. And I think this is what we would like to see. And how to do that? It's a combination of the digital infrastructure. So we need a really proper engagement with community, as has been mentioned here. And then that document must be combined with the regional economic development policies. So being specific, Limpopo region, again, which I've reviewed, has 2 industrial parks. One is been presented earlier, and then there is LAPE as well. Both are set around on the areas which are surrounded by the dump sites. The dump sites, one of few of them, occupy quite a significant amount of area, 100 hectares. 100 hectares. Imagine how many houses you can build, or what type of manufacturing facility you can build. That sits literally on the border of municipality with their proper infrastructure in place. So it's a distressed asset recovery program. So we don't look at the mining as a mining. We look with the question in mining, what is the life after death? But we can say here, what is the life after the mine? What is the business continuity? And South Africa has all those documents developed. The documents on the future jobs is there. That was fascinating. The medical geology, I've never heard of such job. It exists in South Africa on paper. The biotech jobs detailedly described on the paper in South Africa. Limpopo economic development and industrial parks are very well described. The eco-industrial parks, UNIDO papers and the presentations of such are one of the best of the world. The improvement based on the 51 studies has been done that South Africa has a potential of increasing the efficiency of such as 20%. Imagine 20% upside. We're not even talking here about the risk management. We're talking about the 20% of the opportunity. And then we would need to convert it in the monetary revenue streams. How much money we can make here? And that's a question. If we're not going to only look at the risk management, but also on the opportunity, then we increase in the pie. It's a donut economics 101. And that's what I'm focused, and this is where we need to have a sort of a unity and monitoring mechanisms, but the risk mechanisms and the quality assurance mechanism on the ground to ensure the certainty for investors. Because talking about the investment, once we have economic and financial model, is still a challenge. The index of doing business of South Africa is not the best in the world. It somewhere sits in between. South Africa, unfortunately, is number 84 of ease of doing business of over 160 countries. There's improvement. In terms of the mining jurisdiction, I'll be quoting here the Institute of Fraser. It's number 10 from the bottom of the investment attraction. So how I see it, rather than climbing point by point, flip it around and become top 10.
Yep.
There's a leapfrog.
And I think the Minister addressed that very clearly when he said that the mining industry had played a major role in keeping the economy strong in South Africa after the pandemic. And he said, if I read it correctly, that this was in many ways quite an important realisation for government as to how to look at this again. So you can clearly see that these matters are being addressed and carried forward in that area. I was going to ask another question of you on circular economy because it fascinates me, but I'll come back to that in a moment. Molefi, Mintech. You covered there that South Africa has significant resources. Everyone knows that. It was spoken about before. And it has an opportunity to play a significant role in, and again I'm talking to the future especially, in the critical minerals and global battery value chain. We're talking here exploring upstream, midstream, downstream, and localising the value chains on critical battery storage is a major consideration for everyone and especially for South Africa. On that front, Molefi, could you touch upon, please, the upstream opportunities for mineral beneficiation and processing in South Africa? And I'll have a follow-up question to that.
Thanks, Gavin. The issue of critical minerals has been spoken about a lot in this conference. What I like to do is just put it in context. If you look at South Africa, and the minister spoke about the numbers, when it comes to, I'll just focus on battery storage minerals, specifically in South Africa. You look at fluorspar and manganese. South Africa is ranked first globally in terms of reserves. You look at vanadium, we are ranked second, titanium fourth, nickel fifth, phosphate sixth. We do have deposit of rare earth elements. Now, if you look at SADC and you look at Zimbabwe, lithium, and you take South Africa and Zimbabwe on PGM, South Africa holds close to 88% of PGMs globally. US Zimbabwe is more than 90%. Then you can look at Namibia, you can look at Mozambique on graphite, and you can add them, SADC. Now the picture on critical minerals becomes even more attractive if you add SADC countries. Now, Roger spoke about the long history in processing. Okay, South Africa is very strong on refining, but the issue with battery minerals, they require exceptional purity. And South Africa has been building a capacity to assist industry in terms of producing these precursor minerals. Mintech, I see my colleagues are there. They've been doing a lot of work, and we're seeing even companies like the Bushveld Minerals, who's mining vanadium, looking at even further producing electrolytes for battery minerals. If I just give you the numbers to indicate the potential in South Africa, we did some studies, and if you look at just production of nickel sulfate in South Africa, the potential, we could easily produce more than 80,000 tons of nickel sulfate, and that will amount to about 5.8 billion just in South Africa. There's that potential. The infrastructure and the expertise do exist in South Africa to do that. If you look at the production of vanadium electrolytes, we're looking at more than 6 million liters that could easily be produced in South Africa. Aluminium, yes, we don't have aluminium resources, but we do produce aluminium in South Africa. Roger will agree to that. 5,000 tons of aluminium foil. We currently, through a company called Halumin, we do produce aluminium foil in South Africa, which is an important component to the battery. You look at the manganese sulfate, 20,000 tons. Graphite, we could. Now, there are many also opportunities for manufacturing in South Africa. So what I'm really putting out there is South Africa is ready in terms of the infrastructure. Musa spoke about the exploration potential in South Africa. some of these deposits, like rare earth elements, there's huge potential in South Africa. What we've been seeing is that people are also looking at what you call urban mining, okay? Recycling is becoming very, very key, even on these critical minerals. What we are seeing, for instance, most of our deposits, phosphate deposits, they do have rare earth elements. And we have stockpiles of that, and people are coming back looking at expertise to be able to recover that. And we're working with industry to be able to recover. I was listening to the Minister of Saudi Arabia saying their crude oil has rare earth elements. So some of this cherry picking that happened before on these minerals, while revisiting the stockpiles, and South Africa, we are seeing a lot of that happening. And we are saying on critical minerals, SADC has a great potential for people to look at it. Thanks.
Okay, Roger, did you want to add something on that front there?
Yes, I just wanted to add, and actually ask Molefi to add to it, which is, I think one of the critical building blocks that I didn't cover is this concept of partnership between government and the industry. And it's not only government itself in terms of the regulator, it's also these science institutes. And if I look at a Mintech, I mean the mining companies, to produce the processing technology to enable us to process that into refining approach that they're getting from mining companies working with them.
Okay, Molefi, could you address that? But at the end of that, could you also give us a brief little insight into the capabilities of Mintech? In other words, for Mintech, I've got to give them a free ad. I have to do that. So.
Thanks for that, Gavin. Maybe let me use this example, if you allow me, Roger. If I don't use this one, partnership between government and industry. And I'll use we recently, government launched what we call Hydrogen Valley, okay? And there is a partnership between government and the mining houses, where we're looking at concentrating all hydrogen applications under one roof. And what came out, and we have identified 8 projects. One that I'd like to mention is the Anglo Platinum one at Mogalakwena. This is the largest open pit platinum mine in the world, okay? And they use heavy hauling trucks. One truck is about 220 tons, 300 tons, okay? Yeah, 300 tons, okay? Now, they constitute 8% of diesel emissions for Anglo. Now, working with government industry, Anglo retrofitted their diesel truck with hydrogen, a hybrid of hydrogen and fuel cell, okay? That system is about 210 tons. So the whole truck with load is 510. Now build the ecosystem with electrolyzer. And the beauty about that is that the platinum or PGMs that are required to build the electrolyzer. And that is a good partnership between government and industry to address some of the challenges that we're talking about. And there are many of these projects that will be coming on stream. Thanks,
about the core capabilities of Mintech, and are there other organisations that might mirror Mintech in other parts of the world, and even if it's not too early, for Saudi Arabia?
Mintech is an 88-year-old metallurgical research and technology organization. We are very strong on extractive metallurgy, which is our core business. Very strong. We have supported the ferroalloy industry, very strong on smelting, hydrometallurgy, refining. I have my colleagues here, very strong on providing mineralogical and analytical services. Actually, our presence here also is to expand our footprint in Saudi Arabia. We signed some agreements with a few companies here in Australia to be able to, in Saudi Arabia and the Kingdom, to really extend our footprint, and also are very strong on measurement and control processes. We operate in more than 45 countries. So we are a global player. We like also, we operate would like to extend or expand our footprint in the region, Africa, the Middle East, and Asia, and the partnership with the Saudis are very important for us to do that as a conduit
Yep.
to the rest of the Middle East.
80 odd years, amazing. Ernst, I just wanted to touch with you on energy transition, and in the context of law LAW, equates in many ways to duties that we have out there. In the context of energy transition, just seeking your view on the duties which rest on the different stakeholders, again it's partnerships, in the mining sector.
Yeah, I think that's an exciting question for someone who practices ESG law, because we appreciate that as a society we're an ecosystem where everybody has a role to play, stretching from communities who would not be victims in the process but who should be partners, to the private sector, who must appreciate that it can't just be a profit-driven model anymore. It has to be a sustainable model at the end of the day, which means that you have to, again, take into consideration all the different E, S, and G factors, which, listening to the conversation between the panelists today, has to rest on transparency, because transparency cultivates accountability, and accountability translates into truth at the end of the day. And then, of course, the role of the government, where Peter and I had a long conversation last night about his panel and whether government should be seen as a competitor or as an enabler at the end of the day, and what the consequences are. And I think from a stakeholder role perspective, governments must be seen as an enabler, to create a platform where the different stakeholders can then engage to grow an economy and a sector in an organic manner. Now, to be an enabler, and that's perhaps a lesson that we learned from the work in Saudi Arabia, the starting point is the law. The law creates a framework, but the framework is only ever the starting point. It shouldn't inspire anything more than getting the right people in the room together and understand where the different boundaries are, what their rights and what their obligations are. And again, that plays back into the role of communities, the role of the private sector, and the role of the different private sector participants, of course. So the miners, the producers, the beneficiaries, the bankers, everybody, and then government, again, being the glue that holds everybody together, and focusing specifically then on these tripartite relationships, which I'm sure Roger will touch on.
Okay. We've got about 3 or 4 minutes. I have 2 more questions. The first question is for Anna, and the last question will be the one, did I miss anything? So if you wanted to touch on that, you can do it. Anna, I think you're one of the leading lights, as I see it, in harnessing and implementing the practice of circular economy. It's something that we should all understand better. And I thought perhaps you might just give us just a minute or so insight into circular economy and how it works, and then we'll move to the last question.
Thank you. Well, the circular economy global opportunities studies were done and published. Equal in the extractive sector is 3.5 trillion a year. A year with a potential of 87 million jobs creation. Now, let's scale it down to the South Africa scale. What does it mean? It means waste recovery, waste reprocessing, land redevelopment. So from all the way the value chain, there's a new potential value chain, a new potential business line called Remine to redevelop. And when I started looking into that and identifying the assets, which are basically waste dumps, no one needs them, no one wants them, it took a very long time to understand what are the elements and what are the right technologies, what are the right universities, academia, and what type of materials we can actually produce in the necessary amount of volumes to make them sellable, and what are the markets. An example of that, there's also a scientific study was done by the Department of Science and Innovation in South Africa, proving that circular economy possesses new potential growth for South African economy. How much is going to be out of 1.1% GDP projection for this year? There's no study to prove that. I think everything in our hands, and the faster we create the investment atlas for brown or black assets, and I mean from the pollution perspective, that the faster we will understand those opportunities. So we need to do some more studies
Okay.
and literally mapping them.
Okay. Last question, while you've got it, Malefi, are there any burning matters that I've missed or that you'd like to raise? This is the forum. You'll have to wait to FMF next year if you miss it now.
I just want to highlight maybe one or two further opportunities in the country in terms of further value addition opportunities. If you, my colleagues will recall that a lot of work was done in South Africa in the 80s on lithium-ion batteries. The infrastructure exists in South Africa to continue to build further lithium-ion batteries in South Africa. There are different components that have been built in the country. So there is a great opportunity there. There is a great opportunity also to look at vanadium redox flow batteries. We have some companies in South Africa like Bushveld Minerals who are already contributing to that. So we conducted studies to make sure that we develop the right environment to invite the investors in the space. The last one is our hydrogen and fuel cell program, which has been running in the country for more than 15 years now. We are producing a lot of components in South Africa for fuel cells. Hydrogen, we produce catalysts, membranes. So there is a fertile ground for inviting investors in terms of building further manufacturing activities on fuel cells.
Thanks, Malefi. Ernst, we've probably got 1 minute between us, but if you've got any burning matter that I missed.
Maybe just a message from the next generation, if I can be that bold, and that's I
Yes.
think mining is a long-term process. It survives many political cycles. It will survive all of us. If South Africa's mining sector is going to thrive, we need to do away with the noise. We need to stop talking. We need to get busy.
And I should add there that Dominic Barton, the chairman of Rio Tinto, spoke this morning, and he was asked the question, what is the one burning matter of the future? And he said, for our industry, short-termism. It's our biggest concern. Anna, anything you wanted to add before we closed out with Roger?
I would do their planning what we're going to do life after mine and start developing progressive. So progressively, not just mining the minerals, but mining the value outside the minerals and mining the intelligence which South Africa is abundant with.
Fantastic. Roger, last say.
Gavin, thanks. And just what COVID taught us, it was a great catalyst for collaboration. We solve our problems when they say that a problem shared is a problem halved. And one thing that's happened in South Africa's case is that we actually worked incredibly well with government during the COVID period to save lives and save livelihoods. What we're now doing is working with government on really getting South Africa back on the map. And that's been our focal point as the Minerals Council, in collaboration and to deal with all the relative issues that we have challenges on. These solutions are there. It's all about doing. And so we've adopted the slogan, be the change that you want to see in the world. And we are being that change. Thank you.
And ladies and gentlemen, that's a wonderful note to leave this part of the session covering South Africa. Would you please thank our panellists for their wonderful efforts. Thanks, Malefi. Thanks, Anna. Thanks. Yep. Fernando, you there? Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, if you could join me again, please. Right. What we have here is the first of our, or the second of our country spotlights, and this one is Argentina. Now you have to pay attention here, ladies and gentlemen, because probably the most important thing that I have to acknowledge here is congratulations, sincere congratulations on winning the World Football Cup. You did beat my country, Australia. That's not a difficult thing, but you were amazing and so richly deserved to have. Most of us were very proud of you, except for obviously the ones that didn't get there.
Didn't beat Saudi Arabia though, so it's.
No, that's true.
So you're welcome.
Ladies and gentlemen, in this area we're fortunate to have Maria Fernanda Avila, the Mining Secretary from the Argentine Republic. Fernanda and I nearly caught up at IMARC in Sydney late last year around the time of the Melbourne Cup. We do good at that, or do well at that. But we're fortunate to catch up here. So, ladies and gentlemen, would you please join me in welcoming the Secretary to the stage? There.
I think I'm here. Okay. Thanks, everyone. Thank you so much for the introduction. Yes, it was true. Saudi Arabia was the only team that got to win the world champion. I think that we've been talking a lot about that lately, but I think it was very important for us to lose that match because it fueled us. It was maybe the reason why we won finally the World Cup, because of Saudi Arabia. First of all, thank you for the invitation. I think this is an impressive event, and it's an honor for me to be here. I'm the Secretary of Mining from Argentina, and Argentina is not only a country that has Messi and a World Cup, it also has very important mining resources and reserves, and I was really looking forward to tell you about the many opportunities that the country has to offer. I'll have a few slides. It's just a brief presentation, but I wanted to show you some numbers and figures. We're very pleased to have important investors from different parts of the world in Argentina, leading companies from the UK, Australia, Canada, South Korea, USA, South Africa, France, among others, who have decided to invest in Argentina and are developing important exploration and exploitation projects. These are some figures that I wanted to share with you today. We have 130 mining projects at different stages of development, from advanced exploration to production, and 18 of those projects are producing today. In 2021, the mining sector in Argentina exported $3.2 billion. That accounted only 4% of the country's total exports. That is a small share, but we're very optimistic about the future of mining in our country, not only because Argentina has a tremendous geological potential, but also because there is a strong political decision to develop the country's mining potential, in keeping with sustainable and transparent practices, of course. We have important gold and silver resources and reserves. In fact, 80% of our current mining exports are gold and silver. 12 of the 18 projects that are under production stage are gold projects. And we have a great position in the global ranking, as you can see in the figures, both in gold and silver. But of course, one of the main subjects and main themes of discussion lately is lithium, one of the key minerals for the energy transition. And Argentina has important reserves and resources in terms of lithium. We are part of the so-called lithium triangle that's formed by Argentina, Bolivia, and Chile, that accounts for 65% of the world's lithium resources. Our country holds the second largest lithium resources and is the third largest, has the third largest reserves in the world. And today, we are the fourth lithium producer with 37,000 tons of lithium carbonate equivalent capacity. But that number is expected to grow in the coming years, as I will show you shortly. According to our national constitution, Argentina is a federal government, and the provinces are the ones that own their natural resources in their territories. Provinces are very important for us in Argentina in managing the natural resources. In view of the relevance of the lithium for the development of the region and the energy transition, 3 provinces in Argentina that have lithium resources, Catamarca, Jujuy, and Salta, joined efforts and created the lithium region to promote sustainable development of its lithium potential, ensuring clear rules, legal certainty, and predictability for investors. In fact, today, and participating in this event is the governor of Catamarca, one of the provinces that have lithium resources, and the minister of Catamarca also, so the Minister of Mines. So it's very important to engage and talk to them about the lithium opportunities of the province. This region has created a committee with different subcommittees, such as infrastructure, human resources, local suppliers, science and technology, among others, where they work together, the provinces work together with the national government to address each of the needs for the regional development, following coordinated and concrete policies. In this slide, you can see the 3 provinces and the portfolio of advanced projects that we have within the region. Today we have 2 projects that are in a production stage and expanding their current operations, and 6 projects that are under construction, and 30 projects that are being developed from advanced exploration up to construction. And this is a little zoom in to what we were seeing in the previous slide. These are the different companies that are operating in Catamarca, Jujuy, and Salta. Those are the 2 projects that are now currently under exploitation. Phoenix, owned by Livent Corporation from the United States, and Sal de Vida, and Cauchari, owned in Jujuy, owned by Allchem, and joint venture with Toyota. The other 6 projects that you can see there are now under construction. Something very important of the previous slide is that only these projects that you can see there will rise our production 6-fold, increase our production 6-fold before the end of the decade. So we will go from the 37,000 tons of lithium carbonate equivalent capacity that we have today to over 200 tons just with these projects. We are not taking into account the other 30 projects that we already have in development. So we think that Argentina has a tremendous opportunity in the lithium sector. But another key mineral for the energy transition, and a very important mineral that Argentina has, is copper. We think that Argentina can be an important player in terms of copper supply, another key mineral, and another mineral that everyone is saying that the world will need in much more numbers than today. And with the startup of 5 of our most advanced projects, the country could rank among the top 10 copper producers in the world. We currently have only 1 project under construction, the landing group Jose Maria, but we have other very important projects that you can see, the main copper projects that you can see in the image at the back. And what I wanted to show you with this slide and bring to your attention is that our country still has a vast mining territory to explore. In fact, our neighbors on the other side of the Andes mountain range are among the main mineral producing countries in the world. The mining sector from Chile and Peru exported 12 and 17 times more than Argentina's mining sector in 2021. Nevertheless, I always point out that the fact that Argentina started developing later than other countries and that are neighbors in the region has a positive side, because it allows the country and the companies, of course, to integrate environmental and social concerns from the very start of the project planning, ensuring sustainable practices throughout foreign mining investors to successfully develop their projects within an ESG framework. We think that the dialogue between the government and the private sector is crucial. In the last 2 years, such dialogues have led to the creation of new regimes and new policies, such as the progressive export duty for copper, the investment promotion regime to increase exports, which guarantees companies that invest in our country access to foreign exchange currency. And we think that we have to continue dialoguing with the companies to understand their needs and to try to foster the development. Transparency is also a state policy in our country. That is why in February 2019, Argentina joined the Extractive Industry Transparency Initiative, the EITI, a major international effort to disclose information about extractive activities. We also launched SIACAM last year. It's an information platform open to the public that provides comprehensive information on the mining sector in Argentina, enhancing accountability and transparency. These tools help bring consensus, build consensus, and reduce potential conflicts around mining. We're certain that the way forward is with government policies and rules that foster development, working side by side with the companies, and developing our country potential, but in a sustainable way. And we look forward to receiving all of you in Argentina and welcome you to explore mining opportunities and development in our country. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, Secretary. I have one question for you.
Of course.
Your second last slide was very compelling about mineral prospectivity. Where I come from, and many other regimes, we say you live in a very, very good neighborhood. You've got Argentina, you've got Chile and Peru for minerals development. In those areas, there must continue to be a competition for capital. And the question I have is, how do you see Argentina for competitiveness and for the legal regime to attract that capital, because capital is mobile?
Well, we know that, and I think that that's a key issue, is having the government decision to go further to develop the mining industry, and that's the main thing for us in Argentina. What I can see is what I mentioned, a few policies and rules that we have been developing, just slides, and it didn't have much information. Of course, that if any of you need more information about those regimes, you can reach out and you can talk with our embassy or with me, and we can explain them further. But we're trying to connect and to understand what the companies are needing to create a proper atmosphere for development of the mining industry. I think that's very important, and I think that's something that Argentina has been learning a lot from the experiences of our past and from our neighbors in the region. And that's the way, I think, to foster and to bring investment in Argentina, talking with the companies and trying to create a good environment for mining with the proper measures, like access to foreign exchange market, different measures such as the progressive export duty for copper. I think those are the ways forward. And of course, the lithium roundtable that I mentioned, that it's local between the 3 provinces of Argentina. I think this is a crucial measure to create a proper atmosphere for the lithium development.
Great. Then it sounds like Argentina's ready to kick another goal.
Yeah, we hope
Ladies
so.
and gentlemen, would you please join me in thanking our Mining Secretary for that wonderful presentation here at the Mining Forum.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Fernanda. Thank you very much.
Thank you for having me.
Great story. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, while the Secretary heads down there. We're just going to reset. And our next country spotlight will be with Sudan. So we'll do that. I think we'll kick off in less than a minute or so. So we're ready to go. If we just get that third chair back, I might pop over here. So, please, Minister, join me up here. Yep, pop in the middle, Minister, thank you. Jeff, there you are, mate, pop up there. Ladies and gentlemen, if I could have your attention for this session on Sudan, I have with me here today His Excellency Mohammed Bashir Abdallah. He's the Minister for Minerals in Sudan, and I've had the opportunity to have a great deal of interaction with him yesterday and today, and it's been very enjoyable. And he's joined by Jeff Quartermain, who's the Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of Perseus Gold, an Australian company. And I have to confess that about 100 years ago, Jeff and I used to work together, so it's familiar territory. We might perhaps start this session with an address from the Minister. So, Minister, there's the microphone for you. Would you join us now as the Minister gives us a tight summary of Sudan minerals? You just that's it.
Thank you, Mr. Gavin. Thank you, the audience. Good afternoon. Actually, let me first thank the government of Saudi Arabia, represented by the Honorable Minister of Industry, Mr. Badr Al-Kharif. I would say it's my pleasure to be present here and participate in this important conference for the second time. I would like to express my thanks and gratitude again to the government of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for organizing this international forum on an annual basis, which has started to build a hope for discussions on issues of internal industry, mineral industry, in addition to regular forums such as those in Canada and Australia and South Africa. Also, my warm greetings to all attendees, ministers, if there are any, brothers and sisters who are participating from all over the world with the aim of exchanging knowledge and benefiting from the developing of all fields of industry. Dear participants, mining is not new in our country, the Sudan. In fact, we have a history of mining that goes back to millennia. However, over the years, the mining sector was neglected as the economy shifted to other sectors, especially oil, in more recent years. Now, again, with all revenue ceasing to play a major role in our economy since 2011, the mining sector, especially gold, has rapidly replaced it and rose to importance. In fact, the expansion of gold mining is historical by any standards in terms of the speed with which production grew in the last 10 years. Although most people may not know, today we are actually among the top 3 producers in Africa or in the African continent. In 2020, the recorded production of gold was about 50 tons. And I purposely said recorded production because there are a lot of gold smuggled. And this also is estimated in 2022 to be 42 tons However, it should be pointed out that more than 80% of this production is coming from artisanal, small-scale, or local producers. Therefore, opportunities abound for formal, modern, bigger and bigger mining sector to coexist with informal and small-scale sector. However, the future looks bright. In 2022, Perseus Mining, the gentleman just on my left, an Australian explorer and developer and producer closed an action with Orca Gold. Orca Gold is a Canadian company resulting in a combination of business. Perseus has now started the process of developing a modern large-scale gold mine on Block 14 in Nile State, in River Nile State. The arrival of such a serious and well-known explorer and miner, we believe, would attract others to the mineral sector in our country. Ladies and gentlemen, Africa has very diverse minerals and holds huge mineral resources, some of which have been discovered and production processes are underway, and some of which are still under exploration and evaluation. These include the critical minerals, which I already I talked about it in the ministerial round discussion yesterday. It's enough to say at this point that in order to achieve the world's energy security and climate goals, cooperation and solidarity in financing, in technical studies and evaluation, and in extraction of these commodities in Africa are required to ensure that the supply chain of such critical minerals are sustainable and can serve global needs for clean energy. All the African countries with the right geologies for these minerals, including in particular in Sudan or the Sudan, are in need of support for such assistance. In the Sudan, whilst we continue the efforts to build national consensus for a stronger unity, we are also encouraging investors to come to our country. Therefore, my ministry and Ministry of Finance are working very closely to encourage companies. Last year, we created the Inter-Ministerial Project Support Task Force, the aim of which is to ease the bureaucratic procedures and remove the obstacles mining companies face in the project development. The task force was set up to work closely with the mining companies, the Geological Research Survey of the Sudan, which is known as GRAS, and the Sudanese Mineral Resources Company, which is known as SMRC, to facilitate bureaucratic processes for the companies at the level of development. Lastly, we hope that the conference will achieve the highest degree of success for all participants. We are looking forward to participating in the regular forums in the coming years and seeing the global economy at its best with sustainable supply chains of all commodities and the developing countries progressing and prospering. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Minister. Thank you for that. Minister, in your address, you touched upon opportunities abound for a formal, modern and bigger mining sector in Sudan. I can see that you've got honourable and well-respected companies like Perseus there, but you also have a considerable representation from artisanal mining. I was just wondering if you could touch on the role that the government is playing in organising these artisanal miners to help transform and advance mining in Sudan?
Thank you. This is a very important question because we have a big problem in Sudan in regards to the artisanal mining because they have started activities in this field well before any involvement of the government in this field. This is started in the early of 2000. At that time, the government of Sudan, they are caring for oil. Unfortunately, they are caring only for oil revenue. Unfortunately, when the oil revenue gone with the secession of South Sudan, the government of Sudan started to see for alternatives. They found that the only the immediate, the alternative in front of them is gold mining. But unfortunately, they find out this sector is almost dominated by artisanal miners for a long time. And in order to control the artisanal miners, they find out that the artisanal miners created two main problems. The first problem is that the unresponsible mining. So they use the mercury and other chemicals without taking into consideration the health and the eco precautions. So this is one of the problems they have created. The other one is also due to the widespread, widespread activity of artisanal mining. For the government, it was very difficult for the government to control or even to access or to get hold of the production of the artisanal miners. This means that huge income was lost because the government cannot control them and cannot access the production of the artisanal miners. So we now make some arrangements so as to control this activity. First of all, we started to give IDs to the artisanal miners. We started to group them, and we started also to organize them in what do you call it, a kind of mining associations, so as to give them concessions
to organize them
collectively. Yeah, this is one of the solutions that we do it. And there is also one more resolution we sought for this problem. We created a kind of what we name it as a tripartite contract, which bring together the government and the concession company as well as the artisanal miners, whereby the artisanal miners can sell their extracted ore or actually they deliver it to the concession company to be treated later, and then they divide their shares on pre-agreed shares. Yep. So these are the solution that we try to find what do you call the artisanal mining.
Yep. So it is being addressed, which is good to hear. Now, Jeffrey, Perseus has certainly established itself as a leading mid-tier gold producer. I think it's got a market cap of about $3 billion Australian, so it's no tiddler, that's for sure. It's a decent operation there, or company. Last year you acquired the Mayas Sand gold project, which was previously known as Block 14 in Sudan. It's a material change in direction for Perseus, and as I understand it, it's the first time that a large Western gold company has invested in Sudan's gold industry. We've heard from the Minister about the merits, but what was it about Sudan that led Perseus to make that acquisition? And importantly, what are your expectations?
Well, thanks very much, Gavin, for the opportunity to speak and support the Minister here today. You're quite right, Perseus has done very well in recent times with our 3 mining operations in West Africa. And of course, as successful as we've been, we have the same problem as every other mining company in the world, and that is that our resource is diminishing each day as we use it, and we do need to replenish it. Now, somebody said earlier this afternoon that capital is mobile and has choices as to where it goes. And clearly, when Perseus was considering what it would do next, we looked at a number of places and applied a series of criteria that led us to the decision to invest in Sudan. So perhaps if I could just reiterate those particular points. So the first of those things was the potential for finding substantial resources, and I think that the Nubian Shield mineral province is perhaps one of the last unexplored major provinces in the world. I mean, it is. We've heard today South Africa and Argentina and various others talk about their mineral resources, but I can assure you that the mineral resources on the Nubian Shield are enormous, and not only are they large in size, but they support very large-scale mining operations, and that's precisely what we were seeking. We were seeking to find a deposit that would enable us to operate over an extended period of time. And we've certainly done that with the Meyas Sand project. The second thing we look at is the level of cooperation that we can achieve with the government, and I have to say that goes into several areas. The first of those is if the government has an attitude of working as a partner and not an adversary. We need to collaborate, and certainly in Sudan, we and the government of Sudan work very closely together. In fact, the Sudanese government has a 20% interest in our project, so has a clear interest in us succeeding along the way. But beyond that, what we were looking for is documentation, sets of terms that we can work to that will enable us to have a level of certainty going forward in what we're doing. The Minister mentioned the task force that the government has set up recently, and that's a major and a very helpful initiative to be able to help us as newcomers to the country to be able to find our way through the bureaucracy, etc., and to get things done. So on the government cooperation side of things, we're very pleased with what we discovered. The third area that we look at is, what realistically we want a jurisdiction where the rule of law applies. Now, Perseus is apolitical. We have no interest in who is actually running the country or anything beyond that, and we have no involvement in politics. But what we do like to see is to have a legal system where if we comply with the law, then we can go about our business without interference, and similarly if people don't apply the law, then they're held to account. And I think that while the Sudan is going through a transition period in its specific form of governance, we believe that the fundamentals are there, and we're looking forward over the next few months to seeing some cementing of those arrangements in place, which will give us that level of security. The fourth thing that we look for when we go to countries is to the workforce, and to see that there's a level of, firstly, education, and secondly, enthusiasm on the part of local people to come and work with us. And I have to say that in Sudan, we've been delighted by the response that we've had when we've gone out to recruit. The number and quality of people is very good, and I think that is beneficial. It's a definite win-win situation. It's good for us to have a good workforce. It's good for the country of Sudan to have employment and to have people working. And finally, if I could just say very briefly, and this is an important point, is the industrial capacity in the country. Now, it doesn't spring to people's mind immediately that there is industrial capacity in Sudan, but I have to say we've been very pleasantly surprised by what we've found. There was a very strong oil industry, as the Minister mentioned. It's been supported by Sudanese industry, and that capacity is there to support us as gold miners.
Okay, Jeff, in perhaps a minute, can you give us, with the Meyas Sand project, can you give us where you're up to in terms of financing and developing the project, and when you expect to make a development decision.
Well, look, we will make a development decision this year.
Good.
There's not too much doubt about that. We've got a few things to do before we get to that point. In terms of financing it, we can finance it from our balance sheet as it stands at the moment. But I think there are a number of initiatives underway that will be helpful for both us and for future people. Hopefully the Sudanese government will adopt the Extractive Industry Transparency Initiative that was mentioned by one of the previous speakers. That would certainly send a positive signal to the global financial market. But in terms of what Perseus is doing, we've been taking a little bit of time to get to know our partners, get to know the lie of the land, and put all the fundamentals in place to be able to make a firm development decision later this year.
Okay. Minister, the last question to you. Jeff's given us a feel, and it's clear that there's strong mineral prospectivity in Sudan and that it's a competitive place to go. The last point on that is one that's been raised all that. Could you just touch upon, for maybe a minute, no more, that on investment law in respect of foreign investors, in other words, the advantages granted by the investment law to foreign investors?
Thank you for that question. Actually, the investment law in Sudan encourages investors to come in all sectors. One of the there are some incentives that the investment law gives to the investors. First of all, the investor who comes there, we give him residence for also the time that he's staying there with his project. This is one thing. The other thing is that all the equipments, the machineries that he imposed for his project are exempted from custom duties. This is second. Number three is also what they call it, the tax.
The tax regime?
The tax regime. Yeah, the business tax. The business tax is also when the investor start production on commercial basis, he will enjoy the exemption of business tax for 5 years. And yeah, this is one with the last point. And also there is exemption of VAT as well. So all these are incentives for the investors in Sudan. So.
Actually, Gavin, can I just add to that, given that we've negotiated a set of terms recently with the government, and as you know, I've worked in many countries around the world, and the investment regime that we have in Sudan is as good as I've experienced anywhere, and it's extremely encouraging to us to come and invest, and certainly what the Sudanese government has negotiated is on a par with any other country in the world.
Well, knowing where Jeff's worked over many years, that's a very strong statement and something, quite frankly, you could almost bank on that basis. Time has beaten us, so ladies and gentlemen, would you please join me in thanking our Minister and Jeff for their time in talking about Sudan. Thank you. Now, don't go away, ladies and gentlemen, because we have another country spotlight. It's Kazakhstan, and we're going to be joined by Wendy, if I can find Wendy in that one. Wendy Tyrrell. Here she is, right, great. Actually, the seating could stay fine to that. So, a fireside chat here. I'll introduce you, and you can introduce your speakers. So we're ready? We've got one.
Andrew's coming. Yeah, so Dr. Canal.
Yep, Andrew Southall. Wow.
Yeah.
It's a big hitter.
Big hitters, both of them.
Hi, Andrew. Gavin, lovely to catch up.
Have we ever met at Lords or not?
I think we did. Oh, I'm the guy on stage. I'm the one who has to apologise for what the cricketers say. You know what I mean?
Are we the last of the day?
No, I'm doing China after this. Great. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, to have your attention for a moment, please. This session is a country spotlight on Kazakhstan, and your interviewer or moderator here is Wendy Tyrrell. Wendy is the Executive Director of Development Partner Institute, known to us as DPI. I'll leave it to Wendy to introduce our guest speakers. So please join me in welcoming Wendy and the topic of Kazakhstan.
Thank you so much, Gavin, and I'm really delighted to be here to introduce and talk with two wonderful speakers from Kazakhstan, a country that I was fortunate enough to visit in 2016. And you're going to hear some really interesting stories from Kazakhstan, which is a fascinating country. It's a huge country. You're going to hear about the periodic table that's in the resources in Kazakhstan. You're going to hear about two organizations that have a depth of experience in Kazakhstan. So I'd like you to welcome Andrew Southam, who is the CEO of KAICC Minerals, and Dr. Kanat, and I'm going to have trouble with your last name, Kudaibergen, okay, close. And Dr. Kanat is the CEO of Grey Wolf Management that is establishing a $100 million fund in Kazakhstan. So, yes, I'm going to first of all ask Andrew, what do you see as the 2 or 3 most interesting trends in Kazakhstan in the context of mining and mineral resources?
Okay, well, thank you, Wendy, for that, and it's a pleasure to be here. So firstly, I think I'd say that Kazakhstan has got a long history in mining, and it has also a long history in attracting foreign direct investments. And that's very important because it creates a stability in that country, a sense of direction in where that country is going. And that FDI you can see, particularly in the oil space, where Kazakhstan has got some very, very significant oil assets. It's been attracting around $20 billion a year in FDI over the last 10 years. That also flows through into the mining sector. We saw $10 billion of FDI in 2021. And Kazakhstan has got some very established mining players there. If you look at uranium, copper ourselves, iron ore, phosphates, we've got zinc, gold, many other metals too. There's a very established mining companies. And in recent years, Kazakhstan has continued to develop the mining sector. In 2016, they became members of CRISCO. They introduced KAICC, which is equivalent to JORC in terms of mineral resource reporting. The legal reform in Kazakhstan has been progressing as well, and in 2017 they drafted a new mining code, which introduced a lot more transparency, clearer rights and regulations around the allotment of exploration assets. And in June 22 this year, or last year rather, they created a national service for the provision of geological data, so that investors looking to enter Kazakhstan would be able to get access to that valuable geological data in terms of determining targets. Now, KAICC Minerals has been part of that story as well. We've been extremely comfortable in the environment, very confident in the outlook due to that continued focus on FDI. We've invested $6 billion on new projects which have come online since 2016, and we will continue to invest there. So for us, Kazakhstan is moving absolutely in the right direction, and it's modernizing. It's modernizing in a collaborative way with mining and with other stakeholders. So we don't believe that we will have any sort of negative surprises. The Kazakhstan is moving in the right direction. It's already very established, and I think that success will continue to be built upon.
Fantastic. Thanks very much, Andrew. I want to ask, can everyone hear Andrew well? Okay, fabulous. Thank you. So a big country with a very interesting and well-defined base of mining and resources, a lot of FDI, good legal structure. Dr. Kanat, what would you like to add from your perspective? What do you see as the 2 or 3 most interesting trends in Kazakhstan?
Hello, everybody.
For Kazakhstan is heard of Eurasian country. It's a huge country in Central Asia mainly. So, and we have a good, huge markets as a Chinese market in neighbor countries in Central Asia and at least I should say it's a Russian market also. So, as Andrew before said, we have launched a new legislation in subsoil users sector, and the liberalization of our legislation, it gives a huge opportunity to start a lot of exploration works and attracted some attracted huge international companies in mining sector, as a Fortescue Metal Group from Australia and Rio Tinto, and it gives a very good second wind for develop junior mining sector. I think it gives Kazakhstan, it's mining country, and we have more than 200 years experience. So I think second wind gives a huge impulse to develop this sector, and developing of neighbor country as a Chinese and China and Indian country. I think it impacts also very positive to Kazakhstan market in mining sector. Nowadays, we have launched a new legislation in subsoil user sector and environment safety sector, new ecology code according to international standards. I think all of these parts give a huge opportunity to develop in our country, mainly mining sector.
Fantastic. Thanks, Dr. Kanat. If you keep the microphone, I want to ask you, what would you say are the one or two most common misconceptions about Kazakhstan, about your country?
I think first thing is the territory of Kazakhstan already were covered by exploration surveillance. It's not true because we have a huge opportunity in apparently in exploration sector, because only 35% of our territory were covered by exploration surveillance. And we should make a lot of exploration works and discover a lot of deposits. And Kazakhstan tries to develop in rare earth metals sector also. I think it's very huge sector which could take a good place and a good part of this developing. And the second thing, it's some problems of to provide the business, to develop a business. We have a good legislation. I think Kazakhstan is established new in Kazakhstan. Astana International Financial Center is established. It's I think it's copy paste of the Dubai International Financial Center, and it gives a huge opportunity to establish companies under the common law, and some another jurisdiction. It gives a huge opportunity for companies and for mainly for foreign companies to develop their business in Kazakhstan. And the third thing is it's a competences, human resources. But Kazakhstan has, as I said before, a huge experience in mining sector. A lot of technological decisions and some inventors. I think this sector also is provided by very high competence people.
Fantastic, thank you. So you said huge opportunity was described to me as perhaps Kazakhstan is like Australia of the 1970s. And yet at the same time you have a very good business environment to attract mining. So Andrew, let me ask you the same question now. What would you say are the couple of most common misconceptions about Kazakhstan?
I think the most common misconception, put it slightly differently, I think the most common reaction I get when meeting, say, investors in North America or in Europe is just a general lack of knowledge about Kazakhstan. And the question is, what is it like to operate in Kazakhstan? And they sort of sit back in their chair and basically want you to explain that to them. And we've been operating there for decades, and as a listed company for the past, we were listed for 17 years ago. And during that time, Kazakhstan has developed enormously. We talked about the mining code that's come through. That's based on World Bank recommendations. That's looking at other international jurisdictions, including Australia, and it's copied it across. Dr. Kanat has mentioned the Astana International Finance Centre. That's based on English common law. So people are able to set up companies, establish it there, knowing that they will have recourse to English judges making rulings under English common law. But going beyond that into what's it like to actually operate as a mining company in Kazakhstan? Well, this goes back a little bit to the country's history. So it is a mining jurisdiction. And as Dr. Kanat says, that leads us to having a very skilled workforce. Well-trained, well-educated through the former Soviet system, and now Kazakhstan has continued to invest in engineering and all of these skills. So we have a very experienced and skilled workforce available, which is one, of course, key area for a mining company. The second key ingredient to operating in mining is power. Kazakhstan, on the breakup of the Soviet Union, had some of the Soviet Union's largest power stations located to the north of the country. They have invested in expanding the grid, modernizing those power stations. Today, Kazakhstan has one of the lowest power costs globally per unit. So there is, that's another extremely attractive aspect of operating in Kazakhstan. Water, Kazakhstan has sufficient water for mining operations. And of course, critically, and this is, I think, differentiates Kazakhstan from a number of developing countries, is the transportation infrastructure. And here, access to markets. So Kazakhstan may be landlocked, but it has a land border with China, and it has established rail network across the entire country. So we can move our material, our concentrate that we're producing in Kazakhstan, within a matter of days. It is border crossed and is heading to the world's largest consumer of commodities, China. So when you put this together, you have an extremely favorable environment to operate mining companies. And so Kaz Minerals, we've managed to successfully deliver very significant, globally significant projects on time, on budget in Kazakhstan. We took our business from 85 kilotons to 380 kilotons this year. Those aspects of operations has led us to have either the lowest cost or amongst the lowest cash costs of any copper company globally over the last few years, because of those key ingredients to mining that we have available to us in Kazakhstan. And in answer to the question, I think there is just a general lack of awareness of what the environment is actually like in Kazakhstan and how favorable it is for mining businesses there.
Terrific. Thanks very much for painting a really interesting picture of Kazakhstan. So now I want to ask you, and if you start, Andrew, What's your most significant challenge and how are you overcoming it?
So I think the most significant challenge we've had in recent times has been through supply chain. So Kazakhstan's a landlocked country. We receive a lot of material through China, historically through Russia. And during COVID, global supply chains were severely disrupted. That led to cost inflation. It led us to holding additional inventory. And this has been compounded by the conflict in Ukraine, which has also then further impacted supply chain through Russia. So as a business, we have increased our own inventories. We've worked with key suppliers for them to actually hold more inventory in country. It's also actually served as a catalyst to help develop local supply chain, because we can see through this situation the benefits now of having more local supply. We were always working on that, but this has served as a real catalyst to that, as we've had to now source alternatives wherever we can. Fortunately, the situation is improving. I think the global sort of supply chain issues have eased certainly over the last 6 months. You can see that reflected in freight costs, in the transportation times and so on. So that has been easing, which is great. But I'd say, Wendy, that's been the biggest challenge we've had over the past couple of years.
Yes, and not dissimilar from other parts of the world as well. Thanks very much, Andrew. Dr. Kanat, from your perspective, what is the most significant challenge that you have, and how are you overcoming it?
I think in exploration sector, we faced a lack of investments in exploration works, because all of the huge mining deposits where we have operated, all of them were discovered in Soviet Union period. So last 30 years we have faced some problems with to increase of some solid minerals. And at this reason, due to this situation, our government has launched new legislation according to West Australian good experience, and tries to attract a lot of investments for exploration. And our expectation is we should discover something, number of huge deposits in Kazakhstan. It's all of the experts, they approved already this thesis, and all of the exploration companies work in this way. So at that reason, for example, our company, we have established a private equity fund in Astana International Financial Center, and we completed a pipeline of projects in mining sector for base metals, precious metals, and the rare earth metals in prospective site. And we want to attract investments to apparently to exploration works and to discover something huge. It's a I think it's a very lack of investments. It's one of the some challenges in Kazakhstan nowadays. And the second thing, we have launched a good legislation, but we have some infrastructure problems as a geological database and something else. But as Andrew mentioned before, government tries to create a database, geological database, and attend a lot of international service companies to technological companies to our market to establish to create a new geological databases and the infrastructure things, and a lot of parts of infrastructure for develop exploration in the mining sector. It's a second thing, and I think it's all of the some of very important challenges in Kazakhstan nowadays.
Thank you. So a really wonderful base of information that's available to build on in Kazakhstan. So we've got about 5 minutes left. So two quick questions. So Dr. Kanat, we're in Saudi Arabia. What would you see as being synergies that could potentially be explored between Kazakhstan and Saudi Arabia?
I think it's a huge opportunity to develop a cooperation. Yeah, we have our government has a good relations with Saudi Arabia because it's same culture, same religion, and the same economics, and the territory, also huge territory. And the government of Saudi Arabia also has launched a program of exploration works in solid minerals. And at this reason, I think we can combine our efforts and, for example, to attract, we try to attract in our fund new investors, and to include some projects in Saudi Arabia also to our portfolio. And in parallel, develop in two countries exploration projects in mining sector.
Thanks very much. Andrew?
Well, the Future Minerals Forum brings together many countries, that, including Kazakhstan, Saudi Arabia, where this is where the world's future minerals need to come from to meet global demand. And through these forums, we're seeking to develop best practice, exchange ideas, and I think that will be a huge benefit to Kazakhstan, to Saudi Arabia, and to all the regions covered. And I think that's the principle that we will get from these Future Minerals Forums.
Beautiful. So sharing of resources and also learning from one another, and the joint leadership from this part of the world. So very final question. What are you most excited about, Andrew?
Well, as a commodities company, as a mining company, we face a huge challenge in meeting the world's future demand requirements. And we feel that we operate in an environment in Kazakhstan where there are very significant deposits still to be exploited. We feel the country is fully embracing FDI and continue to attract that. So we believe that the country has that stability that you need in mining, which is a long-term venture through the various stages, and that's in place. And as I mentioned earlier, we feel all of those key components are there to operate successfully. And KAICC Minerals will absolutely do its utmost to expand its production to meet the growing demand from the world for minerals in a fair and sustainable way.
Yeah, I agree to Andrew, and additionally, my expectation is to discover T1 category deposits in Kazakhstan, and I wish all the best to Saudi Arabia also to discover huge deposits, and to develop a new sectors in mining sector, new directions as a future minerals, as a rare earth metals, rare metals, and which can provide future energy and the future developing projects in the world.
Fabulous. What a great note to end on. So what you've heard about is the wonderful opportunities in Kazakhstan, and the the depth of experience, capability, the mining regulation that's supportive of mining, the opportunities. You've got a land of many different resources, from copper to iron ore to rare earths to many others. So I'd like you to join me in thanking Andrew Southam and Dr. Kanat for their wonderful discussion of Kazakhstan and the current and future potential in their fabulous country.
Wendy. Thank you, Wendy. Thank you, Dr. Thanks, Andrew. Thank you very much. Okay, stay with us if you're there. Our next country spotlight is a really, really interesting one from the point of view of the Saudis, because what we're looking at is Sino-Saudi partnerships. I'm the moderator for this one. Our two speakers are Peter Arkell, who's the Chairman and Managing Director of the Global Mining Association of China, and I'll put a plug in there where we're affiliated with the Melbourne Mining Club, so that's good. And Dr. Longying Li, who's the Chief Geologist, China National Geological and Mining Corporation, known as CGM. Is that right, Pete? Yes. Excellent. Come in, Dr. Li. Please have a seat. So we'll move straight on with this. Have a seat. I think you'll find some extraordinary aspects of this, particularly with the very first question I'm going to ask. And I'm going to ask that question of Peter. Now, Pete, could you perhaps, I find this very exciting, can you enlighten us as to the significance of the state visit here to Saudi Arabia only in December by President Xi Jinping?
Well, thanks, Gav, and thank you for those that have come to listen to a session about the most important country in the world when it comes to the market of minerals. So the fact that President Xi came to Saudi Arabia only in December, following his very first trip outside of China since the pandemic, which was to the G20 in Indonesia, to then have chosen to come to Saudi was a particularly important signal to Saudi that China regards this as a very important location, and it also sends a very important message to our friends in China who look for signals from the government about where they should be investing and where they should be putting their attention. If the president has been here, and when he came to China, Gav, he spent time with the Arabic States Summit and met with almost 20 leaders from this region, and then spent time with the Gulf Cooperation Council, which is a really important platform for cooperation throughout this region. The fact that President Xi met with them signalled that how he sees this council as setting a stability that China will be very comfortable to invest in. So, with China, as Andrew said in the last session, as being the most important minerals market in the world, for President Xi to then come to Saudi, the leader of the GCC, which put Saudi and this region at the crossroads of his Belt and Road Initiative, linking from China to Saudi and the Middle East to Africa and to Europe. I think the significance of it, to answer your question, is very, very great significance that he chose to come here.
Peter, how long was this trip? Was it not just an overnighter?
No. Thanks, Gav. He was here for 4 days, so he really made sure that he had time to investigate, look over the place, and meet with many people. And the message was quite clear back in China. People in China took note of this as being a very significant occasion.
Yeah. Now, Dr. Li, you're with CGM, as we know. I found it intriguing that you have quite a solid understanding of Saudi Arabian geology.
Yes.
And we were hoping that you might share some insights into that geology.
Into the
Into Saudi Arabia.
Yes, yes. Okay, so actually, as a geologist, I see quite a different, in terms of different aspect of the shield. You know, we have a lot of shield in the world, like a Canadian shield, Australian shield, Brazilian shield. But if you pay particular attention to the Arabian shield, you'll suddenly find its beauty. This beauty I called naked beauty, because if you see other shield, all covered either by sediments or by thick vegetations. But here, quite different. If you go to the field, you can directly see not only rock, but also the boundaries between different geological units. That means you go to the field, you will get something. You will learn something. You will, especially when you get a task, go to the field, you certainly meet, get some very important information. And another thing, if you are doing studies in relation with the shield or ancient plate tectonics, or you study on crust evolution. So this is the best place, in addition to a Nubia shield on the other side of the Red Sea. So put them together. This is the key to understand ancient geology. Okay, so that's why I'm here. So I'm a geologist. So I want to contribute my knowledge to this kingdom, and I will get my team to help this country. That's also, that's why our President Xi visited this country. This is not only the first visit. Actually, if we recall back to 2016, his first visit. After that, a lot of Chinese companies come to this land and signed, some agreement. But this time also, some important agreement have been achieved. So yeah, as a geologist, I feel quite excited actually, so to be here. I aim to stay here as my second homeland. So I will contribute to this kingdom. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Lee, on that. I must say that only a geologist could look at rocks and describe them as naked beauty. Which is true, I suppose. And I've lived with a lot of geologists over the years. I'd like to touch on, with both of you, and I'll start with Peter, on collaboration. So Pete, what role can, I should preface this by saying that Robert Friedland, Dominic Barton and Mike Henry this morning all talked openly about Saudi Arabia as a hub for global mining. So in that context, Pete, what role can Saudi Arabia play in China's supply chain for battery production?
Yeah. Well, when I arrived at the airport the other night, Gav, I met an advisor to the minister, and we were sitting just having a coffee waiting for the car to arrive. And our conversation came in a direction pretty similar to your question, in as much as I asked him, or I remarked on the fact that the ministry that we're being sponsored by for this summit is called the Ministry of Industry and Mineral Resources, and it struck me as being a significant signal that they've put the fact that industry and natural resources, mineral resources, are coming together. They see that this is not just a matter of digging stuff out of the ground and shipping it away somewhere. there is a link between the mineral resources and what they can do with it in Saudi. And you asked me what we could do. I think if we talk about battery minerals, yeah, there's the raw material that comes out of the ground. And Australia is very good at supplying that, and Chile is very good at supplying that. But to take that mineral to battery grade requires a significant amount of commercial and chemical activity to bring it up to battery grade. And I was thinking about talking to the minister's advisor at the airport. I was thinking about a Chinese company which is very, very successfully engaged in Indonesia in bringing its technology to Indonesia, keeping in mind that the mineral processing for battery grade materials, it's very interesting to see that in Australia we only have one plant that converts lithium to lithium ion.
WA.
We have one. In Germany they have 6. In France they have 5. In the United States they have, I think, 19 or 20. But in China they have 191. China has the technology, it has the capability of making these lithium-ion plants, converting the raw material. And coming back to Indonesia, this Chinese company has gone into Indonesia and is building industrial parks there and attracting other Chinese companies into these industrial parks to do mineral processing before it then goes to the global market. And I can see with the Saudi strengths in energy and in chemical, it's a very, very simple step, if you like, a logical step to come to new energy and building these plants. And I think Chinese companies would be very excited about coming to Saudi, utilising we heard at the last talk about Kazakhstan and before that Sudan about human capital. They've got the human capital, they've got the chemical experience, I think, to be a great partner with Chinese enterprises which have got the technology to bring it into China to do that battery minerals development.
Dr. Lee, the same question, but from the perspective of geology. What role do you see, given that you know the geology here so well, do you believe that Saudi Arabia can play in China's supply chain for battery production from a geology perspective?
Yeah, okay. So China is a big country. We have a lot of minerals deposit and basically, cover our basic need. But with the development of China, we certainly need some minerals from outside China. But I think this is not only the mineral supply chain or something. So for collaboration, if you see Saudi Arabia Vision 2030, and if you compare this one to our Belt and Road Initiative, so you will see very clear similarities. So that's actually two countries aiming to do something similar, right? So as a geologist, I came here, actually we are doing two current projects. One is geochemical survey program. Another one is we just signed the contract, the agreement last month. And of course, we have a very strong team. This project is led by China Geological Survey. So CGM follow, we work closely together. I think we not only aiming to get something for China, to get back to China to process to provide to China market, but we also pay close attention to the local market, because Saudi Arabia also need to develop itself, and it need transform itself from energy dependent economy to more diversified economy. So I think that's we can fit in, right? We have knowledge, we have know-how, we have expertise. So we come here, we work with Saudi Geological Survey. So that's the actually basic. We want to start from very basic thing. Actually, President Xi come here to lay the roadmap, but as individual company, especially for CGM, we want to contribute something very specific, concrete, to help this country, to train the local peoples, to share the knowledge and the technology, so we can work together to build something even greater. So that's my understanding. Okay.
Okay. If I can tempt you just a little further, you use that word that President Xi came here to lay the roadmap, and it just makes me have to ask that question about: do you think that Saudi Arabia is strategically located, and I'll ask both of you this, in China's Belt and Road Initiative, and how does this fit in the mix?
Yeah, as I said, Vision 2030 and the Belt and Road Initiative, these two things share very strong similarity. So that's, I think this the major thing. That's why presidency visited this country, and Saudi leaders will go to China. I heard from the recent visit, actually, Saudi government and Chinese government will work closely together, especially in terms of the high-level exchange. So the president will come to this country, mutual exchange, 2 years each time. 2 years we will mutual exchange, right? And for the prime minister level, that will be based even shorter time, 1 year. So if you look at Chinese Belt Road Initiative, that's actually one way from the land, okay, from Xi'an, West China, go to the Central Asia to Europe. Another route is coming from southern part of China and go to through Indonesia, Indian Ocean and to Red Sea. Okay, go to the channel and to the other side of the world. So Saudi Arabia is just located other throat section of this two route. So you see, that's why we treat Saudi Arabia very important. That's more strategic, right? Yeah.
Another of our leaders saying that Saudi Arabia is destined to be a hub.
Yes.
It certainly is.
Yes. So from this combination of 2030 and Vision 2030 and Belt Road Initiative, so both countries will get a benefit. Both countries will further develop themselves, right? So that's my vision to see. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Lee. Both Dr. Lee and Peter have made it very clear that Saudi and China are emerging as natural partners. And I thought Peter, you might just close it out by letting us know if you've seen examples of where China or even Chinese companies have brought such a minerals partnership to the table.
Yeah. Well, I just want to add also to the linkage on the Belt and Road that this particular part of the world is about 400 million people here. Like this is not just a crossroad or a roundabout on the roadmap for the Belt and Road. This is a really important market as well, and and a destination as well as being an intersection to Europe, to Africa, and you know the Belt and Road is those are two very key destinations, and to pass through this part of the world is very important, and the fact that there is 400 million people and a growing and affluent population, it's very, very important, key on the Belt and Road. I did touch on an example before. Of course, Dr. Lee's company is a great example already of one where we've got a cooperation, China bringing technology to this part of the world already. But that example I gave you of Indonesia, where I know that company would be and has had already some discussions with the ministry about bringing a industrial park to China to Saudi. Saudi's got a number of great advantages for this company. They're very attracted. It's got energy, it's got land, and these industrial parks can be 20,000 hectares or more. They attract local businesses to their industrial parks, and they will joint venture with them to develop their mineral development or mineral processing, and they will also bring Chinese investors into these industrial parks. It will be these are a great economic multiplier in an economy, and so for that company to be interested in coming to Saudi, which is so strategically located, with its natural advantages of land and capital, but also the chemical know-how that it's got, I think this is a perfect location for China cooperation.
Okay. I think we might leave it there. I've already gone 2 minutes over, and Libby's going to yell at me if I don't. So, ladies and gentlemen, would you please join me in thanking Dr. Lee and Peter Arkell for that wonderful partnership session. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you for coming. Thank you, Gavin.
Okay, thank you. We have one session to go for the evening, and I'm really looking forward to this because our country spotlight here is Oman, and I'd like to invite our moderator for this session. Been a long day, Tumi. Tumi was there at the start of the day in plenary, as you saw on stage in that respect. So, Tumi Magabo, broadcaster and entrepreneur, Africa Worldwide Media.
That's me.
The stage is yours to introduce your guest.
Thank you so much.
And have fun with it. Okay.
Terrific, thank you.
What?
Thank you so much, Gavin. That was a really lovely introduction. It has been a long day, but it's been a long day for everybody. And I think it's been a really interesting day. So I'm certainly energized and really happy to be here. And some really interesting conversations that have been had thus far, Gavin, I think. And looking more specifically and deeply into countries, I think, is a useful exercise because in the plenary, we tend to speak a lot in quite broad terms. And when you come into these environments, it really gives you an opportunity to get a sense of what each country is doing and what the potential in each country is doing. And with that, let me take a seat and introduce my guest for the next 10 minutes or so. Can I ask you to kindly give a very, very warm welcome to Dr. Mohammed Ahmed Abdel Khawi. He's the head of research and design at Duqm Modern Coast Company in Oman. Thank you so much for joining me. I can't believe I was sitting behind you all that time and I didn't know it was you. So apologies for that. Let's just see if this thing's working. Can we have his mic, please? Can we have his, okay, we'll share a mic for now. We'll share mine, and then hopefully they can sort that out. So the first thing that I'd like to get an understanding of is exactly what is it that your company does?
First of all, I'm proud to talk about Oman, and I'm proud to discuss with you and our people there to about Oman. Our company, its name Dukum Modern Cost. We start investment in Oman since 2012. We start from 2012 until now to mining nickel laterite and mining also chromite and mining gypsum also. And now our project now to go to the strategic minerals like same lithium and cobalt and also nickel. But in Oman, unfortunately, we don't have aluminum there. So we only will concern about this mineral there in Oman. That's our target there.
So let's talk about getting people into the country. So it's one thing when everybody's talking about exploration and growing mining in their countries, in the region in particular.
Yes.
But what has made mining in Oman more interesting for operators, do you think, than being in other parts of the region, for example?
Yes, that's a good question. Number one, Oman, it's easy for mining law. Mining law, it's Oman, it's easy. It's also change and يعني the development from 2003 to 2019. They change all items here in the law to just make easy investment of mining. So any foreign investor can come to Oman and invest there by easy way.
It's quite interesting because one of the common themes, and I'm sure you've been listening a little bit throughout the day, and our audience will appreciate this as well, is that for investors, in as much as it is about the product, it's
Yes.
about the environment in which you're doing business as well.
Yes.
And maybe some countries could learn quite a lot from not necessarily liberalizing the environment, but just
yes,
opening
yes,
it up a little bit
yes.
so that people can do business more easily.
Yes, I don't talk all about mining. I talk about all sectors here. We will help our mining people to work. Like environmental will help, labor will help, this investment ministry will help. All people will help you to start mining in Oman. That is in Oman now. It's like era of mining because Oman it's from GCC and Oman also just only depends on oil. But now they change the idea to start mining.
So what is driving this thinking, do you think, for Oman? Is it about future sustainability? Is it about increased profits? Is it about everything? What is it?
No, just driving there, I talk about future sustainability because now oil, this as oil will be disappear يعني around 40 years in the future. So now Oman thinking about where is other for investment or other for production. So they search about resources to just recover the oil income in Oman. I tell you some يعني amazing point. Income in Oman from mining in 2019, it's around $600 million. Now Oman proposed to increase this in 2026 $1 billion to just increase the income of this mining.
Yeah, your GDP has grown significantly. I mean, it grew from what, 210 Omani Rial
Yes.
to what, 218 in
Yes.
2020, which is quite a rapid growth.
A growth, yes.
Which is really encouraging. So when you're talking about this liberalization, this opening up, what does that mean for your company and your ability to do business or better business?
For me, to business, some restriction from environmental in Oman. Because Oman is still nature country. You can visit Oman and you can see all green there, you can see all mountains there, you can see animals there, same South Africa. It's like nature country. And Oman keeps this country, it's like clean. Please don't cut any trees, don't kill any animals there, even fox there, don't cut, don't kill. Just tell us, we will take this. So more restriction about environment. So must all people coming to mining take care about the environmental restriction in Oman.
So that pressure, has that changed the way in which you're able to do business with other partners in the country? Or are you finding that the liberalization, even though there's strict environmental laws, hasn't been too negative?
No, this is not negative. There's another some negative there. Negative not only for Oman, it's only for our GCC, because now they talk about this nationalization, to just put all people from the nation to just make the income. But more experienced people come from the out, come to help all these people there. So that's always some negative there from my view, from my view of company. But other for our, we have also, I'll talk about my company, we make another partnership with other company from outside, like Saudi Arabia and India. We also bring some people there to start investment there by easy ways, coming and enjoying in Oman.
So tell me a little bit more about that. Those partnerships, we heard in the discussion that Gavin was having earlier and this morning, collaboration, how important collaboration is in the region, amongst companies in the region, amongst the countries in the region. When you're looking at those partnerships, what are you looking for and what are they looking for?
Yes, that is a good question. No, number one, they search about Oman, mining of Oman, because Omani government also, they have big Ministerial of investment. They do many programs and many banners about Oman, and you can come to invest to Oman, and also we can put money in Oman. So the people search about what is this Oman. I tell you some joke for this. I come to Oman 2019. At that time, I don't know where is this Oman. What is this Oman? I don't know, because some unknown about some people. But Oman, it's famous for mining not from nowadays, just from since 1,000 years before.
Yeah, for a very long time. How would you, if you were to break down some of the things that need to happen in Oman, and in the business sector, I'm not going to talk about PPE specifically because that's what you do. Okay. But if you're looking broadly speaking, what are some of the changes that need to happen to allow for even more rapid growth? Because the sense that I get is that even though you've seen this uptick in GDP, there's room for a lot more.
Yes. For our number one, we concern with mining for our company. That is it. This mining in Oman need more sectors to come to work with mining. Not only mining. Number one, labor, they must come. So we'll invite more people to come there. So these people will expense more money in Oman, and also they increase some of total income of Oman. That's number one. Number two, we already export our ores to like Emirates, to like go to China, to India. So we'll bring this money for Oman. That is, and also we give some many fees to ministries, to also because we were working there. So that is a strategy to our work for covering this.
There are a number of people who are sitting in the audience who are thinking to themselves, okay, what is the thing that's going to convince me to go to Oman? Instead of other countries. So why do I go to Oman instead of going somewhere else? You've spoken a little bit about the liberalization of some of the laws, which of course are going to help. But if you had to give people 3 reasons why coming to Oman is good for business, what would those 3 reasons be?
Number one, talk about the material there. Already I spent many times to listen to the people talk about the mineral. All people talk about transition minerals. It's for your batteries. Oman have resource and reserves of this mineral there, starting from nickel and cobalt and this chromite and also copper there in Oman. So Oman have number one of this. Number two, that's most important, investment law of Oman. You know. 2019, investment law don't give us any foreign investor a chance to work alone. But in 2021, they changed this investment law to make foreign investor independent. You can come there and invest without any sharing from an Omani there. You can start. Our company also invite some company to come work there without sharing with them. That is number three. Oman have big stability for safety, stability for life. This good country. We can stay there for many years. That's Oman.
An important element that, again, we've heard about throughout the day, and in my personal view, it's going to be critical if we're going to be able to do any of this. That is the question of skills.
Okay.
What does the skills landscape look like in Oman? Do they have the skills? Is there actual specific initiatives to increase and improve the skills that are available in the country?
Okay, we have skills of this. So you ask about skills like for mining, so people working in mining skills there. Yes, already we have this. In Sultan Qaboos University, is big university in Oman. Only one government was there. They have Department of Geological, and also before they have Department of Mining. But they close because Oman people is a short number. It's like 4 million people only with the area 300 square kilometer. That is Oman. So that is it. Skills also in Oman, they make the Ministry of Manpower. They make full scale for skills programs to all people coming to start mining, to start investment. They support us and they give us fund to start this.
I know you're going to think I'm not telling the truth, but
The
our
truth?
10
What
minutes
truth?
is the 10 minutes is finished.
Oh my God.
And I think you've done a great job. The
Thank you.
ministry should call you
Uh-huh.
and get you to come and do the PR for them.
Thank
so
you.
thank you so very much,
Thank-
Dr. Mohammed. I really do appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
Gavin, I think the floor is yours. Are you ready? You are. Let's go. Thank you very much. You've been a great audience, and Dr. Mohammed, thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Mohammed. Really appreciate that. An exciting story there, I must admit. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this brings us towards the close of day one of FMF23, and I have the honour of delivering a call to action, which I think I have to put to that camera, don't I? That's good, that's good. Okay, what did we learn today? There was a great deal in this session. First of all, this session was called Lands of Opportunity. And we certainly saw that today. We saw it from Saudi Arabia, from South Africa, Argentina, Sudan, Kazakhstan, China and Oman. Some of the important messages that we saw there, the emerging importance of embracing the framework of a value chain to improve productivity in delivering our products and services in a minerals intensive environment. Those last 5 words are very important. That we're trying to deliver that value chain in an emerging minerals intensive environment means demand greater than supply in that sense. The second is that the minerals industry is playing a crucial role in the energy transition towards a low carbon future, and we heard about the critical minerals, we heard about the mineral prospectivity in that. We heard about how we need to develop our economies and our societies while protecting our natural environment, and we need to work together as one to achieve this, building trust between nations. That last session that we saw talking about Saudi Arabia and China, to me it was pretty evident that there's building trust between nations there. But we heard earlier on that there are signs of segmentation in the supply chain, and we need to manage this potentially serious matter. It's just a potentially serious matter in that. So what else was there? We heard about the importance of being competitive. Mineral prospectivity accepted, but the importance of being competitive. On the area of law, we need to see laws that incentivise. We know about the competitive nature and how capital moves in mining, so we have to be careful there. But laws that incentivise. We heard almost all panels and speakers talk about the importance of government acting as an enabler, and we need to encourage them in that place. it was interesting to hear that some of the groups are talking about the importance of one-stop stations for licensing, or effective one-stop stations for licensing. We heard a great deal about partnerships from government, investors and miners, but I'd add community into that. And the final message that I took away from what I learned today was those three most important things. In French, they say the three important things in French cooking are butter, butter and butter. In our industry, the three most important things are certainty, certainty and certainty. So thank you Libby Upton, for your strong support behind the scenes there as your producer, and her team were sitting there. Great effort today. Great effort to our AV guys. Thank you very much for your patience and helping us through. We're done for today. We'll see you tomorrow back there, and thank you very much for your time.